Hail and well met, travelers! Welcome to the Bard's Refrain. Here, we don't just sing songs, we tell stories about how they were made. Come, join us, settle down into a comfy seat so we can regale you with a tale of reflection, change, and a journey. I am Osara X Franco, your humble entertainer and guide. With me, as always, is my band of merry players lined up on the stage and eager for the show to begin. Players, can you please introduce yourselves?
Hello, everyone. I am Turk or Turk Accented, and I will be playing Bootstrap, who is Bootstrap.
Hi, I am DM of Saint. I am playing Elliot Hawking, who is a battle master fighter with a little bit of homebrew thrown in there.
Hello, I am Noir. I am playing Ryil Dexcree, who is a changeling rogue wizard.
Bird, I think
I'm
you're
muted. Yep.
Yes.
Hi, I am Lukalok, and I am playing Bird, the wood half-elf druid.
If you're very observant and are very closely look at the screen, you'll notice that we are joined by an incredible talent, someone chosen to help tell this story. Ash, could you introduce yourself?
Hey, that's me. I'm Ash, Go Bash and Rabbit. I am playing Nyx, the Tiefling Ranger.
Awesome. And together, we are going to be telling tonight's tale, Rise Above. I hope you listen, and listen well. For like most stories, the devil is in the details. We left our crew in a familiar place amongst familiar faces. Our team started picking up pieces of a larger whole, and while they are still uncertain of what the full picture is, they can be certain of something. They are not alone. Meeting with Dee, Lily, Linux, Nyx, Stuart, Billy, and a very cranky Anthony, it became clear that they need more information. With a plan to divide and conquer, they've spent a quiet evening at the Bellport Lower Quarter Constable office. A cool sun rises over the icy streets of Bellport, peeking through tiny windows and calling our party back into the world. Hey players, you have spent the night at the constable office. You've been set up very nicely, each in the cells. There was some concern about, letting you be out and about if you were seen, and various other things. Let me go ahead and get you where you need to be. One moment. If I can do this. Transition you over now. You wake up. And let's just go ahead and go in turn of overlay. What do you guys do? Starting with Bootstrap.
Just randomly waking up. He'll seemingly wake up in the hammock and look at the cells and take a moment and do a kind of typical stretch, not just kind of staring at the floor, wondering if by some reason these last few weeks have been nothing but a dream and he is still in prison. But he'll go and, as he's accustomed to, stretching, try the door. I'm assuming it's not locked.
Yeah, no, it is not locked. It opens easily enough.
It just, oh, that's a nice change of pace. And then he'll kind of, remembering the rest of the party, kind of turn. All right, well. And he's gonna go and try and just like find the mess hall or just somewhere where there might be food. There's like a storeroom or something over here, or interrogation room or something.
Yeah, if you're looking for food as you walk through, you'll see Anthony huddled over a table sitting across from Stu, and they are in fact kind of eating a light breakfast. And the smell of food is there. You see a large plate of something on the center table.
Mm-hmm. He'll go and make himself some servings, not really nodding to anyone, but taking a seat and just start scarfing down.
Awesome. Elliot.
You know, mine's gonna be a little bit faster, because Elliot is. There's been a lot going on in Elliot's life in the recent past, and sleeping in this bed, despite being what it is a prison bed and a cell, is probably more comfortable than he needs right now. And when Elliot wakes up, I'd say he just lays there and stares at the ceiling in quiet contemplation.
All right, moving on to Ryil.
Ryil is just writing in his spell book, which also functions as his investigation notebook. So he's just writing down notes and everything from his adventures and trying to understand how this whole chosen thing works.
And Bird.
Bird is probably laying in this hammock, and she's small enough that it probably comes up around her. So upon waking up, anyone watching will see like an arm come out and poke out and push against the wall, and then just swinging in the hammock. And that's what she's doing.
Awesome. Nick.
Anyone that might be paying attention will see Nyx kind of sitting up very calmly, cross-legged. Her eyes are closed, and she has her palms together in her lap, and she's just doing some deep breathing exercises while Buck kind of observes the room.
Awesome. After some time passes, Bootstrap, you'll see Dee kind of striding in, tapping a letter on her palm. She'll look at Stu and kind of observe the room. Oh, Bootstrap, I'm glad to see you've helped yourself. Any of the others woken up yet? I know you've been on a long journey. I'm sure you're all exhausted.
I didn't really fucking check. Oi! Any of you awake? Doesn't seem like it.
Well, if we weren't before, we are now.
Oh, there you go. You got one. You've got a question, best go ask them.
Well, actually, we do have much to discuss, so Dee will move over to the edge and say, if you wouldn't mind joining us in here, there is some breakfast that we have prepared. We just have a couple of things to discuss before, well, I guess we start acting like chosen.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out exactly what that means.
Oh?
I've been trying to figure out. I didn't say that I figured it out. I've got
Right.
nothing.
I understand. If you wouldn't mind just all joining us in here, I think it'll be a little bit easier, and she kind of gestures between the rooms, than just our current mode of conversation.
Yep, Bird stands up and gets out of the hammock, kind of runs her fingers through her hair, puts on her sandals. But she's gonna look at Dee and be like, how does a chosen act? Are we supposed to act a certain way?
Well, I'm not sure, but I'm certain that we have a purpose in all of this. And I think it's time that we start taking steps to figure out what that is.
Logic would dictate that since we are chosen, however we choose to act is how a chosen would act. I mean, it only makes sense.
Anthony slams a fist on the table and goes, ha! Lloyd.
Nyx will kind of pop herself up really quickly, scritch Buck behind the ears, and head out to where everyone else is.
Stu will look over his shoulder and see you coming. Nyx, how'd you sleep?
As good as I can in a room like this.
Fair and valid. Fair and valid. I guess you are dealing with a lot. I mean, you've been the only one who knew for a while, I guess. So this must be a jarring change of pace. Being around so many of the gods chosen. And you watch Stu re-enter the spiral of what this all means. Dee will clear her throat, again tapping a small letter on the palm of her hand that she'll hold up. I have, news. Linux departed late last night. She had an urgent message from the academy in Retford. A colleague there was working on some sort of project for her. I'm not quite certain, but she left very suddenly. And last we had spoken, the plan was, and she looks at Nyx, was for you to accompany her try to track down any knowledge of the hill folk, of their customs. Maybe we could get a better understanding of, what this all means. But since she left, I think it might be better if you stick with this crew and Stu and head to the Wesker Mountains.
Yeah, I'm for it. Let's do it.
That was all right.
Yeah.
A lot easier than I'm just used to a lot more. Well, I don't want to go there. That's the boring area. So this was rather accommodating. Much easier than my day job. Ooh, gotta say, pleased.
I mean, it is the boring area, but if we have to do it, it's kind of where we have to go, right?
You're right. So Stu, you know where you're headed, and he'll kind of choke down some food. No. Yes, it's been a while since I was there, but I feel pretty confident that I can get us there and get us in to see Denver. That shouldn't be a problem. But we might want to stock up on supplies, as it is 2 weeks' journey there. We'll need a cart or horses or something for Nyx and myself. Don't think my hand cart will suffice.
Absolutely not.
Is there anything we need besides the regular traveling supplies? Cart, horses, food, rations? Anything special we should prepare for?
Yes, it will be cold. It'll be quite cold.
Not what I meant.
Oh, you mean hostiles, perhaps?
Sure.
Well, considering that the cult has significantly increased their activity all through Nofordia, we're far enough away from the border of bros. I think we might be all right, but yes, we should prepare to be beset by villains, as it is possible.
But no idea what we might encounter along the road. Like, maybe we should stop by a little potion shop and see if we can get something to help counteract some toxin, some venom, some
mange.
I beg your pardon? Mange?
Choice.
I feel... I mean, really, isn't that just like a good scrubbing of their special soap? I had a dog once that had mange, and I'm pretty sure we just had to keep giving it a bath. Is that what you mean?
Didn't we get fucking fix or something?
Bert's gonna reach out to, like, very gently touch Elliot on the arm.
charm?
His right.
He recoils a little bit, but lets you.
Are you okay? Or is it like in the stories where you turn into what you get bitten by?
So far I'm okay. Give or take.
Okay. She's gonna pull out a little rock for him. And hand it to him.
He takes it and smiles. If anything, if that changes, I'll let you know. Ryil, did you hear
So-
that? I'm gonna let her know if something changes. If I feel like biting anyone's head off,
Don't worry, I got an eye on you.
better make it 2. I'm fast.
Oh, right. Yes. Well, here's the situation. And Stu will look over very nervously at Dee, who will sadly nod. Unfortunately, I would say that we could take you somewhere to have this taken care of. However, given the nature of the cult activities, it's very difficult to know who's involved and who isn't. There's been a lot more shapeshifters in the streets. I'd be very,
Yeah.
very nervous about taking you anywhere in any type of condition, and not knowing fully certain that you would be safe. Really, at this point, we're all each other has.
Didn't ask
So
to be
where-
taken anywhere.
Where are all these shapeshifters coming from?
I'm not certain. That's my job, is to try and understand where the flow of these infiltrators is coming from. And Antony will kind of grumble a little bit and rub at his face. Right, yeah, it's my job, right? It's part of a crew. It's why I was up to Ailton when I met you fuckers, right? It's because I was trying to track down where all the weird shit was coming from, and then you had to fucking fuck off into the abyss or wherever the fuck you went. So we'll stay here and do the real work. It's not fancy chosen work, but get it done. Find out where they're coming from and what they want.
What do you know about creatures like them?
Well, to be honest, we know very little. We know that they're highly connected to the cult's activities, and in areas like Retford, where the cult seems heavily embedded, they've increased. They're slowly showing up more and more in other areas. I have different contacts throughout North Fortia. Strangely enough, I was in contact with Leon in Hardrest. They haven't really had an influx of the creatures there, so I'm not really certain what that means. But in major cities, particularly to the north, there seems to be a lot going on.
Ryil, do you have any books that talk about magical healing? Because I've heard of spells that can make all of this go away, but I don't know how to do it, but I'm sure I could.
In terms of magical healing, no. A lot of my spell work is more utility, getting people in and out of places faster, unseen, or obfuscating my opponents, but I don't have anything in the way of mending the body of a biological organism.
Sorry, Elliot. I don't know how.
Again, not asking for anyone to help.
Yeah, but we're still gonna.
One of the reasons I've stuck around you guys this long.
Just gotta make sure you don't bite us till we get it done. And you can see that he's like laughing, but he's like mad nervous about it.
Elliot kind of grins and then wipes it off his face quickly and says, "Well, then, guess you just better keep me well fed."
Dee, do we have anything in storage?
Yes. We'll make sure that we get you set up. We'll spend about 3 days with there being as much activity here as possible. We'll try to level it out. Lily and Billy have already left. They've headed out to rejoin Genesis. Billy seemed, well, rather distraught, but we'll try to keep a low profile. There are a few things that I wish to do. Bird, one of which I'll speak to you privately, but there was one errand that I was going to run that I wanted to see if you were interested in joining me in. but we'll plan on getting you fully stocked for your trip. Anthony, if you wouldn't mind. Aye, right, it's fucking, of course, I gotta haul their horses all the way across the fucking country. I've gotta get them a fucking cart. Why wouldn't I have to do all the work around here? It's fucking bullshit. And he'll kind of get up, and look at Dee, kind of like with mid-rant, and she'll raise a single brow, and he'll immediately shout, right, yeah, I'm on it, got it. And he will leave. Begin making preparations.
Bird will walk up to Dee. What errand?
Yes, well, it's midweek. I don't know if you recall when you were here before, you would go visit my wife and daughter with me. I was wondering if you wished to do that again.
Yes.
Wonderful.
I will need flowers, though. I don't have any flowers.
We can stop along the way. I know a place. I also need to get flowers.
I will come with you.
All right. The rest of you, anything that you want to do in this moment?
Gonna finish my breakfast.
Great.
Things I want to do need to be done in private. So,
Okay.
like by myself.
Okay.
So I'll wait until that opportunity.
Yeah, what we're gonna do, we're gonna kind of fast forward through these 3 days. We're gonna start with Dee and Bird, and then like I said, we've got a couple of different scenes plotted out. We'll walk through those, but first, Bird, you and Dee leave the constable office like you used to, what seems like a lifetime ago. You head down very familiar streets of Bellport, Dee making light conversation with you, and sure enough, you stop at a familiar flower cart where she buys 2 sets of flowers, and helps you make arrangements for you to have your own. Is there a particular flower that you buy?
I will go through and pick the brightest and the most interesting ones that I see, but like really a mix, a collection of just ones that I think are really special looking.
Awesome. You continue through the city, and eventually reach a small cemetery. Dee opens the gate for you, and you walk reverently between headstones and stop at 2 headstones labeled Tabitha Charles and Luna Charles.
I will wait for a moment, and if Dee looks like she is taking a moment to herself, I will also take a moment to myself and then put down the flowers, as well as a small pebble with like a little swirled fossil in it.
Dee does, in fact, take a moment. You've been here with her before, several times, in fact, and there is a strange reverence around Dee as she stands at the foot of their graves. Eventually, she kind of takes a long, sharp breath, inhaling, and dabs at her eyes. Goes, sorry, Bird. It's just, grief is strange, isn't it?
Yeah. They put my girl in a pile of dirt too.
You know, Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I don't know if you ever told me her name.
Casila.
It is beautiful.
It means home.
Yeah.
They didn't have a pile of dirt for me, though. I would have liked to be in one next to her.
Dee will gesture to an open, empty lot next to Tabitha. I understand the sentiment. It can be hard when things keep going without them. Particularly now, I find myself wishing that they were here. Tabitha would have relentless optimism, and Luna would joke until I laughed or screamed in frustration, but either way, it would make all the difference.
I'm sorry, DM. Did we find out what happened to them? Did she tell me?
You do not know.
Okay. Bird is gonna ask. Did they get sick too?
Oh, no. The earthquakes around 10 years ago. She gestures up to the ceiling, and as a refresher, Bellport is actually built in a large outcropping in the cliffs. Let me see if I can find this. There was a massive earthquake many years ago, 10 years ago to be exact. Huge sections of the city fell. The lower quarter was nearly destroyed. I lost them. It was sudden and jarring, but I wasn't alone in it. Many lost people. Your girl, Scylla. Context clues. She got sick?
She got sick. I didn't know how to make it better. No one knew how to make it better. And then they put her in a pile of dirt. And then they told me to leave. I think they thought it was my fault.
Well, that's absurd.
I didn't leave at first. But then someone threw a rock. And she's going to pull out a fist-sized rock from her bag with little crystal quartz rings in it. And it has a little bit of dried blood. It was a good rock, too. She would have liked it. It's very pretty.
Dee will look at the rock in your hand and look at you. Bird, would it be all right if I gave you a hug?
Yes.
She'll kneel down and pull you into a warm hug, like that of a mother. That kind where you can just feel the physical contact and you just know that they want you to know that everything's going to be okay. And she'll hold you tightly. You know, there was a really long time when I was afraid of leaving, changing. Each step forward was a step away from them, from the life I had built around them. But time makes you braver, bolder, more willing to step out and trust that the ground will rise beneath your feet. She kind of lets you go and stands up. I think that's what we need to do now.
Do you think if something happens, I'll go where she is?
I like to think so.
That would be okay. Sometimes I worry that she doesn't have anyone with her in the pile of dirt. And she gets scared.
Here, I have an idea. And she'll take you over to the small grave of Luna. And she'll kneel down in front of it. And she'll look at the headstone. Hello, my darling. It is me. I've brought my friend Bird again. We have a favor to ask. There seems to be someone on the other side with you. We want to make sure she's taken care of. And she'll turn and look at Bird and nod towards the headstone.
just want to make sure she's okay and that she's not lonely or scared. Because usually I would tell her stories at night. She always really liked my stories. And there's no one to tell her stories now because they won't let me go back.
Dee will reach over and grab your hand and squeeze it tightly. No, there are some places we can't go back. But we can move forward. We can grow and learn, be reborn. Start fresh. She reaches out and puts a hand on Luna's tombstone and rubs some dirt out of the engraving. Luna was a quick friend, and I have no doubt that she will find your Casilla and make sure that she's all right until we can be there together with her.
Casilla was shy when making new friends, which is why she had me. But I bet she would like your little girl.
Do you know where you came from, Bird?
No. It was very dark. And then there was light. And Casilla was holding the light. She was the light. She said she found a ring.
How very strange. She's very lucky to have found you. And I understand the sentiment. She'll stand up and kind of brush some dirt off of her knees and look at the tombstones kind of longingly, again wiping at her eyes before putting a hand out. I think it's time that we get going.
Okay. Thank you for bringing me. Nobody ever talks about where people go.
When they die?
To do after they're gone.
You remember them. You carry them with you. You love them. You cherish the time that you had. And you let time change you. She'll reach out and put a hand on Tabitha's headstone. I love you forever, my darling. She'll reach out and touch Luna's. And forever after that. And she will escort you, or she'll leave, kind of giving a few steps ahead. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
No, Bird will just kind of whisper, I miss you, Cass.
All right. We're going to go ahead and transition to that evening. You guys are once again sleeping in the constable office. It's been a rather busy day. You each have your own rooms, and each of you drifts off into sleep, feeling a level of safe that you haven't felt in a while. It's just nice to not be out in the open for a second or two. That is everybody but Bootstrap. I'm going to need everyone but Bootstrap to take off their headphones, please. Oh, that's the wrong music. Let me find it really quick.
I mean, I was down for it.
I'm down for it. That's fine. Let's see. No, not that. Sorry. Stand by, everybody. This is very important to me. You know what? We're just going to keep it classic. I can't find it. Bootstrap. You toss and you turn, and there's a darkness that just seems to be tugging at the back of your eyes, trying to pull you away from sleep. And you struggle, but eventually you kind of give in, for lack of a better term, and you fall into a deep darkness. A sound rises around you, and there's a comforting rush of waves against wet timber, crinking planks and snapping canvas. You open your eyes, and you're on the deck of a familiar ship, the Unreliable. A bright moon shines on a gleaming deck, and the sway of the ship swinging ropes to and fro. There's a light fog that hovers over the surface of the water, shifting in unknowable patterns. There's no one in sight. What do you do?
I mean, if he's back to it, he's just gonna kind of. Whereabouts on the ship is he? Good question.
Just
To start
dead
with.
center of the deck.
Look up, see the sails, see if we're moving, and he'll just kind of run his hands on the sideboard and up the stairs, take a hold of the helm, and take control of the ship again.
You do, and the ship kind of sails through this dark, the mist swirling, and eventually you hear a voice behind you.
Hello, William.
Gonna turn and have the scimitar out in reverse grip.
You turn and you see it's almost as if reality has been cut out. There's a figure, or the shape of a figure, that's darker than dark. It's almost like as if reality just disappears into it, and it looks incredibly alien. It tilts its head and looks around before returning just an eyeless gaze to you. Is this where you died?
Don't say that's any of your business.
But of course it's my business. Is it yours?
What kind of fucking question's that?
Oh, I see. You don't like questions. That's unfortunate. There's so much uncertainty in the unknown.
So are you one of them talky fuckers?
Oh, no. I'm just here to offer you a deal, if you would like.
I already made plenty of deals. I'll hear you out, but I'll make no promises.
The figure steps over to the side of the ship, watching the water gently lap against the boat before turning and leaning on strange, disjointed elbows against the railing.
How do you feel about what happened to you here?
I think you know the answer to that question, and you're being a right kid about it.
William, I just didn't want to assume. There are so many powers in this world who assume. I prefer to be rather direct.
Then be direct and say what you want.
I want you to serve me, Bootstrap, so that we might rain vengeance on those who have done us wrong.
Serve you and do What the fuck are you on about?
The figure will move with alien speed across the deck and be right next to you, a hand flashing out to where you were bit.
I'm a part of you now. And really, if you think about it, parts should work towards the greater whole. I'm asking you to help me, and in exchange, I will give you everything you've ever wanted.
I heard a lot of people say that.
Yes,
What is exactly helping you mean? Part of me or not?
I need you to free me, William.
Fucking free you. If you're a part of me, what am I supposed to do? Cut you out of me?
I am bound to this world in the same way that you were bound to those who didn't care for you. I need you to free me.
What does that fucking mean, though? Free from what fucking prison are you in?
The figure gestures to just the existence around you.
I'm imprisoned by reality itself. The weave.
Oh,
Will you
you're one of
join me
those.
in my quest for freedom?
You're one of those snarl people, right?
That's
Fucking
cute.
weave.
I've not been called that for a long time.
Really? There's got a bunch of people fucking harping on about snarl all over the place. And I got a few of them already.
You would have to stop getting them. You were to help me. But then
Oh.
you could get the right people.
Who are the
The
right
ones-
people then?
Who killed you here? Who betrayed you?
What
The
do you
figure
know
will
about that?
snap behind you, and you'll feel a cool finger run across some of the scars in your back. And it will snap in front of you with just irregular, jarring motions.
You forgot, Bootstrap. I'm a part of you. I always have been.
You the one who brought me back then? Is that it?
Oh no. I told you, I'm direct. I'm asking you. It's their way to just take.
You want me to go and, I don't know, fucking blow up some magic shit so you can go and run amok. And then what, I get to get the rest of my crew, something I'm doing just fine on my own already.
No, it's much simpler than that. I just need you to accept me.
Accept you? What am I, your fucking mum?
So coy. Will you do it?
The fuck are you going on about? Look. What do you need me to do? Every time someone comes to me with a job, they tell me, kill this person, kill that person. General instructions. You're standing here with some big fucking ideas and then asking me to just go with it. Not a fucking improvisational artist now, am I?
It's very simple, William. Accept me. Give in. Take my love, and with it we shall free the world.
He's gonna look down on your hand.
Just that easy, huh?
He's gonna try and stab the being.
Fuck your love!
Uh, It's a dream. So you do hit. But the figure doesn't respond. It just looks down and looks back at you.
Just realized I was still in scary voice. It'll tilt its head to the side.
Oh. So coy. Your predecessor did the same. Held me responsible for what they did. Much like your friend Elliot does now.
What you fucking talk about, Lily, with?
I wonder. Will this shield break if I take your bird too?
He's just gonna start laying into this form, just ripping out the knife, cutting at it, punching, headbutting, full-on assault.
Mm-hmm. It provides no resistance as you cut and tear into this thing. Your blade, you can feel it making contact, but it just kind of it's like the form, the more you cut away, there just more fills in and fills in and fills in. There doesn't seem to be any end to it. And you just go chest heaving, panting in exhaustion, screaming out. As this happens, an albatross flies overhead, crying into the night, and the creature will look up at the bird, unperturbed as you continue to hack and slash.
It seems our time is ending. They're here to make another. Well, you'll see. We'll talk again soon, William.
Fuck you. Don't you touch him.
Sleep well.
And it vanishes from sight. You wake, startled and afraid, covered in sweat that's just dripping down your temples.
He's gonna get up and pace up and down the hall, kind of just working off the energy, but also in a lot peeking in the doorways and just seeing if anyone else is moving or struggling. And if the situation is calm and quiet, he'll return. Well, no, he'll stop and get as large of a mug of alcohol or a bottle if he can manage it, and down it, and then inebriate himself to sleep.
All right. We're going to shift to our next scene. Elliot, what would you be
Hello. Say again?
What would you be doing during these 3 days? We're kind of wherever you want it to fall, kind of a deal is fine.
So, said this before, but there's been some things that have clicked for him, and his purpose has shifted to a possible answer to a question that he's had for a very long time. And so I would like to spend a considerable amount of time in my own thoughts, straight up equations in the air, trying to put pieces of the puzzle together. And I have specific kind of things I'd like to focus on.
Okay. What are those things?
Well,
investigate a mystery.
Yes, I would like to investigate a mystery and ask 5 questions, please, not 3. So I know that Nyx is from the Hill Folk, because her grandmother was.
Mm-hmm.
I also know there was talk of me being son of the hills. I would like to think about whether I could put together what possible connection we could have, especially because I'm a human and Nyx is a tiefling.
Hmm.
That's question one.
Okay.
You want to take them one at a time, or you want them all?
Actually, I was hoping this was a question that you would have, so we can just address this really quickly. It's one of those things where you can feel you're uncertain, and your impression of Nyx has been that she is very straightforward.
Mhm.
And the best way to get that information of how you connect would to be to ask her about the hill folk.
Okay. So that's a conversation that would probably come up in the 3 days. Hey, look, this question's also about Nyx. Nyx is the chosen of Sylvanas. I am the chosen of Torm. Do I know of any connection between those two?
Roll a religion check.
I would love nothing more, and I get advantage on it. Thank you, Purple.
Okay. Thank you, Purple.
What's 7 get me?
They are both deities.
Yep. All right. The third thing I'd like to think about during this time, before having a conversation with Nyx, I know that the hill folk have a lot of prophecies. They're kind of known for that element of magic or whatever prophecy is. And I know that it's passed down orally, and I know that I am the son of the hills, whatever that means. If there is a connection to the hill folk and me, is there any story from my childhood that kind of like comes to mind? Anything I can put together that might have been orally passed down, either without my knowing or subconsciously, or sneakily, specifically about dragons and ley lines?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll me a history.
All right, we're doing this one in. That's it. Yep. It's a 6.
A 6. You can't be certain, but there was one story from your childhood, and you're not even certain who first told it to you. If it was something that it was your mother or someone else. But there was a story about a brave warrior that you loved as a child that seems very distant now.
Elliot would take the rest of the time to get ready for the trip, make sure that he has all the supplies he needs, pay close attention to his wound and what it might be doing inside of him, if there's anything that feels different or changes. And he would have a conversation with Nyx at one point. I don't know if there's anything else that would happen during that time.
Let's go ahead and shift to that conversation with Nyx. I imagine that it's probably during the day. Nyx, you are probably meditating as you're not able to you're in a city environment and unable to go out and about. So you'll be meditating. And I'll pass it on over to you two.
Elliot would take a moment and find whenever Nyx is also not doing anything or seems to be otherwise unoccupied, and would kind of quietly come up, take a couple moments to just kind of look over and get a vibe for what kind of a mood. Confirm sorry, forgot to ask. Okay. What mood she would be in, and if it wasn't a good enough mood for me to start talking to her, I would pick a different time. But we're saying that this is the time. I would clear my throat to announce my presence.
Oh, hey, Elliot. Sorry. Just trying to get the city vibes out of here. Just relaxing for a little bit. What's up?
Yeah, you don't doesn't seem like you spent much time in cities.
Absolutely not. This is not my favored location. I would rather be in the hills and forest, anywhere but a city, just literally anywhere else.
Do you travel a lot around, or have you kind of stayed in one area most of your life?
I mean, I like to travel, but I kind of have a job to take care of, so I wouldn't say I get around a lot, but the task at hand does require me to go hither and to.
How long have you been involved in that?
Since I was a kid.
Wow. I can't imagine knowing for that long.
Kind of wears on you a little bit, but it also grounds it into you a little bit at the same time, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. So what brought you from your home? You said your grandmother was from the hills, right?
Mhm.
Some of the hill folk?
Yep.
Is that where you grew up, or did your family move before you were born?
I mean, kind of all over the place, but mostly sticking with family best that I can.
There's a So how long have you I'm sorry, the voices thing. Is
Uh-huh.
is that something we all experience?
No. No. It's kind of like it's only reserved for the higher ups kind of thing.
So you don't hear voices?
I mean, not necessarily. You can be direct with me, you know that, Elliot. You can just shoot the shit. It's totally fine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's I find it hard to trust people with things sometimes, and right now specifically, I'm finding it very hard to trust a lot of things.
I understand this must be kind of overwhelming for you.
And well, there are some things that I have learned that have kind of shifted my perspective on some things that happened in the past. And because of that, I feel the need to be very careful with who I share information with and what I say. So forgive me if I still beat around the bush a little bit. But have you ever heard of the phrase "son of the hills"?
I mean, maybe, hang on. It sounds really familiar. Yeah, extremely familiar. Yes, have heard in these ears.
Okay, I guess I'll ask and follow up. Can you tell me anything that you might know about that particular moniker?
It just means that you're a hill folk.
This is awkward, and I've never been good at conversations like this. So forgive me if I say something untoward or offend. I don't mean anything by this. I can't help but notice that you are from the hills and from the hill folk, and I am from the hills and hill folk.
Mhm.
And there are some differences between us.
I mean, you see people walking around the city here that look totally different from one another, right?
Sure, okay, I guess my understanding of the hill folk is something that I need to educate myself on then, because it seems like it's far in the past. Like it's a group that's been together for a long time that is just passed down. I don't know. It was given to me in a way that made it seem like, I don't know, like there was like a bunch of people that, just study and live in seclusion and haven't been heard from in a while. I know nothing about it, so I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by that.
No, it's okay. I mean, if you want clarification, I can provide that for you.
Seems like I need it. Please save me.
I gotcha, buddy. Don't worry. I mean, hill folk. It's kind of a newer term, I guess. There was, an ancient civilization. It diminished, like, after the war. Back then it had cities and capitals, trained horses. But after many raids and time, it's diminished. And you seem concerned about why you would be called Son of the Hills.
It's not why I would be called Son of the Hills. It's not that would be from the hills. There was something else that was said one of the other times that we spoke about. I think it was your finding it in my notes. Hang on. Yeah. I think it was your grandmother that spoke of having a gift, or you having a gift, or something like that.
Yeah, I've got it. She did.
What kind of a gift? If you don't mind my asking. This feels very awkward.
I know. It's very foreign. I completely understand. I know it as the gift, so there's no extra name to it as far as I understand. It's very strong. It responds to emotions, but it kind of does its own thing at the same time. You can call to it and ask for help in very specific ways, but it can choose to not help you. But maybe it will. You kind of just have to be present in the moment, It's a thing that the hill folk hold very high in regard. It's very rare. More so that it was the most noble of souls were born with it.
You've never heard voices in your head coming from somewhere else or someone else? Like maybe about your gift?
I mean, once.
What do they say? Again, if it's
No,
personal. I understand.
no, it's okay. I'm with you. I'm happy to share it. It was my grandmother. She was singing songs of Sylvanas.
I did not have the same experience.
What happened to you?
I was given an ultimatum,
Well, shit.
and it was not very nice.
I am so sorry.
Me too.
That Elliot, that doesn't sound like the gift.
I
Not
am
as- not-
terrified if it's not, though.
Okay, we are going to work through this. Good fucking god. Yeah. Then we'll. You want to workshop it?
I'm fine. Processing some things, obviously, but I'm okay. I just need to understand. And it seemed like you were a source of knowledge that I could lean on. That's all.
I mean, we can figure it out, I'm sure. Like it's not a problem. What chosen are you?
Torm.
Okay.
And I know nothing about Torm. Except that it is a 4-letter word that starts in T and ends in M.
Was the voice your god?
I really hope not.
Okay. Wow. All right.
Because if it was, I might have spat in my god's face.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with they usually don't like that.
Yeah. So, do you know anything about Torm?
I mean, it's surface level.
If you would like, you could roll a religion check.
That would be lovely, thank you.
Do it.
Oh. That was a nat one.
Every time it's gonna help Elliot, for the love of God.
This is the first time you've heard that god's name.
Cool. Yeah, Elliot, I'm sorry. That just went. It goes straight over these horns. Couldn't tell you.
So you know what? We'll put this out there too. I'm in a little bit of a dilemma because I also have the gift. I didn't know it was called the gift. I didn't know that it was something I could control until much later in life, and only recently have I gained more control over it.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of just acted on its own for a very long time. Not always in ways that I would have wanted. However, it now seems tied to some things that I don't want. And also, this thing we got going on here also further complicates things.
Nyx, he's gesturing to his arm where, Elliot, I'm sure, are you pulling up to show her the
Yeah.
wound?
Mhm.
He'll pull up his sleeve, and on his arm, there'll be like healing, like it looks like it's healed, but around the wound, Elliot, you'll actually notice as well, there'll be small, like really thin flakes of black crystal that you can like kind of peel off from the bite.
Are you doing okay with that? That looks infected.
Does it feel infected? Does it hurt? What is Elliot's health situation right now? Besides the whole,
You know how like when skin heals over, it kind of peels, until it's like fully healed. It's at that state. There's no real pain. You've received magical healing between now and then, and you've rested. But it just seems like the skin around the bite wound is a bit darker. And again, there's like these strange crystalline kind of forms that every once in a while, like every couple of days, you can kind of like brush off or like scrape off tiny little shards of black crystal.
it feels fine. There are other effects that go along with this that don't feel so fine.
Like what?
Well, you said you have the gift, so when you feel it start to kind of churn and compress itself, and then lets itself go from you. There's that tension of wanting to stay where it is and wanting to break free.
Mhm.
And usually, for me at least, when it breaks free, it's a very it's I hate to say it this way, but it's almost like throwing up. Like it's like a violent reaction. What's a good way to put this? When it's released from me, it feels like, this is gross, but it's accurate. It feels like it's going to come out from both ends at the same time. Like there's a slippage, there's a release of the energy in all directions instead of just one. Like I no longer have control of it, and it's wild. And that didn't start happening until this happened.
Do you meditate at all?
I get lost in my thoughts when I'm trying to sleep.
I would recommend doing it on the regular. If you ever see me wake up and immediately sit and chill, that's what I'm doing. It helps.
Well, I've never meditated. Is there any chance you could teach me?
Absolutely. During this whole conversation, Buck has just been like watching you intently. Sitting right next to Nyx.
Can I get a vibe check on Buck, please?
Roll insight.
Okay, great. I rolled from that dice because it's Ash.
Yay! I know which dice that is.
19.
Ash, I'll go ahead and answer this. This wolf is highly attentive. And even though there's been multiple times in the conversation when you've gestured with your hands or kind of, moved around, normally animals, they'll get bored, they'll look around and look at other places. And Buck did not. He maintained looking at you and listened. You get the impression that he listened very intently.
Would, in my experience with people both in military and in combat outside of military, would I have had any other experience with somebody that had a familiar like this?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give this to you. You're familiar with like war dogs and war beasts. This is a very well trained animal. This is the discipline here. Like, when you hang out around just a really well trained dog and you're like, damn, he's just a good boy. Buck is like that, dialed up to like 12.
So I feel like Elliot would inwardly clock that, but would just kind of be comfortable around Buck's presence. So, how do we do this?
Very easily. Sit there and breathe.
I have trouble just sitting in one place.
I usually do too. That's another reason why meditation helps.
GM, are we going to go through all of this?
No, I will go ahead and fade us out as Nick
Thanks.
walks you very patiently through kind of like a beginner style of meditation. Nick, you will relay lessons that your grandmother taught you as a young girl, probably offering small tidbits of, like shaking out your wiggles before centering and kind of talk him through a guided meditation. We're still in that 3-day window. Ryil, my dude, what are you up to?
Hey, what's up? It's me, your boy. Is there anything keeping us in the building that we're at?
Dee would try to advise everyone else to stay inside for fear of recognition. But in that conversation, she'll knowingly look at you and say, I trust your discretion, but please be careful.
Okay, absolutely. He's just gonna do the thing where he waves his hand around his face, and then once it moves, it's a completely different dude. Probably.
Who do you look like? Who do you look like?
I look like Ed Sheeran.
Hell yeah!
Why not? Yeah, I look, but with like a ridiculous beard, just a ridiculous bearded Ed Sheeran. Almost like an Ed Sheeran Gimli mixture.
In love with the shape of you.
So that's what's going down. I am Gimli Sheeran, and I am gonna be a man about town.
Okay.
Is there a Temple of Tyr here?
There is. In the city of Belport, you'll have to go up to one of the higher districts, but you're able to do so with little to no problems.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to the temple.
Okay. Is there any particular thing you're looking for?
I don't know much about Tyr other than Vala talked about him from time to time, so I'm just I'm gonna see if there is a holy man of Tyr who's looking to have a conversation to save a soul.
Okay. You enter into the Temple of Tyr. It's quiet. And you see, like, along the walls, there's a symbol of balanced scales resting on a warhammer. And as you walk in, you see people kind of going about, and you kind of walk in, you're just looking around for help. And on the bench, there's someone who's sitting with their hands crossed. It's a stout halfling, and he has his eyes closed as you walk by, kind of in the pews of this temple. He calls out, "Yes, hello? Did you need something?"
Yes, just came to get some praying done. Not good at it. Could use lessons. Maybe a few lessons about Tyr to get better at the praying.
Oh, do you wish to convert? It's all right if you don't.
I have a friend that is a worshiper of Tyr, And I was just like, want to see what that's about. So I'm here.
Well, I'd be happy to assist you in your education. He puts out a hand. My name is Falstaff Born.
Gimli Sharon.
Camley Shernon. Got it.
Oh, close enough.
Well, and he'll shift down, like the booth, and kind of pat. So you don't know anything about Tyr, is that correct?
I hear Tyr and Justice making around each other a lot, so I'm guessing he's got something to do with that.
Well, yes, you could say that he has something to do with that. He is Lord of Justice. Might I ask, you said that you had someone close to you who spoke of him.
Mm-hmm.
Could you tell me about them?
He was a good guy. Hard exterior. But he took the time to listen to you. He was fair, considerate. He was a good guy, and he always tried to do what was right, even to the point where it was probably not smart to do the right thing. And it got the attention of it got the attention of some people that you don't want to get the attention of.
I'm sorry to hear that. It is difficult for some to walk the line of law, and they can often be rather cruel in their judgment. But it sounds like this person truly was a believer of the principles, that is.
He would say the name before dinners and, grace and all that, but he never pushed it down anybody's throat or anything like that. It was just what he was. He got strength from it. And I found myself and while he's saying this, he's subconsciously reverting back to his normal form.
Mm-hmm.
I found myself needing some strength of my own, and I think he helped me out one more time, and I don't know what to do with that.
Well, I can't say why your friend or mentor sounds like a better word for it, reached out to you, but I can tell you that here is we serve justice for the balance of right and wrong. Our order works to keep the world in check, so to speak.
Yeah, I get that much. And I was never a believer of Tyr, but I did want to be like Vala. He just completely gives up the ghost. It's like I starting my own detective agency, and
that's wonderful. As you give up your appearance, the This individual gives no indication that that bothered them or that they even noticed. I understand if you're not interested in following Tyr, but really, the asks are simple. To show fairness, wisdom, kindness to the innocent, never enforcing unjust laws.
I've been trying to do all that these last few weeks,
Hmm.
and it's been getting harder. I almost died, and I've been terrified to keep trying ever since, and I don't really have a choice anymore. I have to keep going, and I don't think that I'm gonna survive it, and I'm scared.
Hmm. He'll kind of put a hand out, and it'll take him a second, but he'll eventually kind of tap your knee before returning his hand to his own lap. These are uncertain times, as all times are. Challenges rising to meet those who are ready for them. But understand that Tyr is just. He would not ask any to do what they could not or were not able. There's no duplicity in his actions. If you choose to follow the word of Tyr and practice that in your lives, then you have no reason to believe that he would not be there with you. And for the first time in that conversation, the cleric will make eye contact with you.
So, how does one go about becoming a follower?
Well, it sort of depends. Are you hoping to join us here as a cleric?
No, not so much.
Mm.
I can
Well?
tell you the truth. I just don't know that you would believe me, but I can swear to you that I'm not lying.
Well, I am a cleric of Tyr, and trickery
That's-
and is abhorred above all. So I should certainly hope that you would not lie to me here in this hollowed hall.
Well, if anybody would be able to tell if I were lying, I'd imagine it'd be you, and it'd be you here especially. Vala helped me, and I think the way he did it is by making me a chosen of Tyr, and I don't know how to live up to that.
A chosen.
I don't exactly know what that means either. I was hoping you might be able to give me something, maybe scripture, a word, or a prophecy or something.
I am unfamiliar with this term. It's not something that we typically talk about. Most worshippers of Tyr are judges, lawyers, magistrates. I've never heard chosen. But
Oh, well, there's a bunch of us from a bunch of different deities. Some of us knew of the deities, some of us have never heard of them.
Well, we could, I hate to say that I'm unhelpful in that, but I mean, if you intend to follow Tyr, there are just some principles you should follow. Never refusing service or aid to faithful or really anyone when they're in distress. And
Got
again, showing fairness, wisdom, and kindness to the innocent, never
Alright.
enforcing unjust laws. Lies and deceit are abhorred above all. Always be honest. Tyr hates duplicity and trickery, wanton destruction.
Keep it straightforward and honest, just like Vala said.
Ah.
Alright.
I'm sorry, most important. Never break a promise.
Any promise?
Any promise.
What if it was a promise made in the dark?
You might try asking Tyr about that yourself. I mean, he is a god after all.
Okay. Well. And he just does the face thing again. Thanks for the talk. Father, priest, whatever.
You can just call me Fastolf.
Fast off. Well, thanks for the talk.
Yes, you're welcome. By the way, might want to be careful. You have a habit of becoming yourself when you get lost in thought.
I've noticed. I'm working on it. I don't lie well.
A true follower of Tyr already.
He just gets up and starts to walk out.
All right.
Yep, he just heads on back.
Great. All right. We're gonna move us a little bit along here. The rest of your 3 days pass. Unless are there any other conversations you guys want to have in the meantime amongst the party?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, there is really one really quick thing. So one day, hopefully Elliot's okay with this. As Elliot's kind of moving about, he's going to get grabbed by both shoulders and hoisted up against a wall by Bootstrap.
What the fuck did you tell that fucking spooky looking thing in your head? You're muted. But I know you said what. Don't you fucking ask me what. Spooky thing, no shape, talks in a weird voice. Wants you to free him. Said talk to you. You take its deal up.
No.
You didn't think you need to fucking tell any of the other rest of us?
No.
Why the fuck not?
He's gonna let you down.
Because it was a voice in my head. And it really came with an onslaught of all this chosen bullshit, too. I thought it was just me. And according to Nyx, it is. I had no idea it was something that was someone else.
Well, next time some figure offers you some kind of fucking deal in your brain, you let the rest of us know, so we know what to be ready for, and we don't think it's one of our fucking gods trying to get in our brains.
I thought it was my god trying to get into my brain.
Well, it's not, and if it is, your god's a cunt.
I'm gonna leave.
For what it's worth, Bootstrap, I spat in his face.
Ah, good. Next time put a knife in its gut, it's more cathartic.
I only had one.
So I see everybody's having difficulties with their deities then, huh?
You listen to me. You get some kind of weird, shapeless motherfucker talking about freedom. You say no. You say yes. and you accept them whatever they're asking, I got you.
Oh no. My deity is demanding something else, I think.
I'm beginning to think Bootstrap's right that this isn't our deity. And Ryil, I love you and I trust you, but I gotta back Bootstrap on this one. You take that deal, I'll kill you myself.
There's no deal. There's just this. I need to talk to D.
I
She
don't think I have a god. Bert's just gonna blurt out as you guys are all arguing about deities talking in your mind. She's just gonna say that. I think maybe something's wrong. Maybe I'm not chosen.
I think this all takes time and it comes to you as it's meant to.
Haven't had any god talk to me yet.
The
Except
only
that-
god I know is a Zoot, and he went missing.
He was
won't
a
answer
fucking
anymore.
painting, Bird.
Hey, Bird.
Yeah.
When's the last time you tried to ring a Zooth?
Last 3 days ago.
Just checking.
So I think she would have continued trying because she's a little worried.
Yeah, so we can address that. If you take that stone and you try to use it, particularly calling out to a Zooth, there is no response.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it was 3 days ago, at the end of last session. So
Mm-hmm.
he was a painting, but he was a god painting, and he's the only god I know. And I don't know where he is. I don't know if someone stole the painting or if he dropped his necklace in the painting and he can't find it.
We'll find him, Bird. Promise.
But I don't think I have a god. No one's talking to me.
No one's talking to me either. Do I not have a god either? We did the touchy hand thing, remember? You had all the weird fucking touchy hand moment.
No, in my mind, I don't have anyone talking to me in my mind like you guys.
I had a right fucking asshole talking to me. So I better not be my fucking god.
Yeah, Bird, I wouldn't be too sad about it. It's not pleasant all the time.
I don't know that I'm sad. I think someone just made a mistake.
I highly doubt that. Also, DM, I'd like to go off of my slightly larger than average intelligence to put this
Mhm.
together.
Okay.
So if I step over a line, please pull me
Yep.
back.
Yep.
Bird, I've been thinking about Azuth. So we found the painting, right? Inside a temple that was dedicated to Azuth. And then suddenly, after talking to the painting that he kept saying was not the god, but was just a painting, suddenly the painting stopped responding.
Yeah, it happened when we were in the house.
So I
After
wonder.
we met the guy that stole Colin.
So I wonder if is there a way that whatever part of Azuth got transferred there could have been pulled back to Azuth?
You were
Elliot,
saying-
Yeah.
roll me a history check really quickly.
Oh, good lord.
Perfect.
16.
When you last saw Azuth in Ailton, you had gone to him with a question. Do you remember?
F. Murray Abraham. Going back in my notes.
You're okay. You're okay. That's why I'm having you roll the history check.
It would take me longer to find that for you to remind me.
Mm-hmm. You had gone to talk to him about kind of your experience at the Temple of Torm in Retford, where you were prompted to find the minstrel. And Azuth had kind of thought about that, but he had said something strange about the temple that he had been in. You know, things in the West, they get a little weird. It can be hard to remember. Well, some days it can be hard to remember who you even are.
So something that Azuth said when we last spoke privately rang a bell with me. He said some days it can be hard to remember who you are.
Yes, sometimes he didn't remember that he was a god. He just thought he was a painting.
What if he also wasn't Azuth?
But he was a painting of Azuth. You think he was another god?
Possible.
That got stuck in a painting of Azuth?
I'm throwing ideas out there and trying to put things together. Bootstrap, that thing that talked to you wanted to be released, didn't it?
Yeah. Right out of the weave.
Talk to me about that too.
Yeah, it's fucking snarl.
Azuth is trapped in a painting. Possibly. I'm not the smartest among us. I'm just putting ideas on the table.
I will remind you just really quickly. Actually, we'll handle it this way. Dee will walk in and look. Oh, by the way, I did put that empty frame that Linux brought over there on the wall.
Bird will rush over and hold it up, shake it, knock on it, call out Azuth. Is it just gray canvas, or is it just an empty?
There's a backdrop
background.
Yep. And Bird, you'll remember when you were traveling from Hardrest, there was when he went to go find the sending stones, that he had appeared off frame for periods of time, but he's just not seeming to respond.
She's gonna press her face up against the canvas as if trying to yell around the corner of the frame and call out for him.
There's no response.
As far as I can tell, Azuth is either not Azuth is not in that painting, or Azuth is now whole Azuth. I don't know. My brain hurts, and this meditation thing is making me very angry and restless.
Someone stole him.
I don't know anymore.
I don't know how to get him back.
Hey, Nix. Can you make me a religion check?
Sure thing. 15.
Perfect. I'm going to DM you something really quickly.
Okay. Bird, I don't think you should worry so much about Azuth not, being in the painting that you guys found. Gods kind of find themselves where they need to be the most. If they like to wander a lot. They will take shape, like this painting of yours, but they often have to leave. They can't stay in one form forever. They can't be in one place forever. Do you think he's just out of office?
Someone else needed him.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hopefully that is it, and he is not lost or stolen, and will come back when I need him.
I'd like to think so.
While this is
Bird will settle back and look a little bit more relaxed about it.
while this is all going on, Ryil's gonna kind of tap D on the shoulder and go, "Do you have a minute?"
Yes, of course.
I'd,
Go for it.
yeah, I'd like to talk to you in the next room if I could.
Absolutely. I need everyone but Ryil to take their headphones off, please. Actually, Ryil, here's what we're gonna do. Dee will escort you back away from the others, pulling you into her private quarters, where she'll kind of walk in and enter a seat.
Right. Thank you for seeing me.
Of course. Is there something the matter?
Yes. About 5 years ago, I was part of a thieves guild. And to escape, me and my colleague Quicksilver Quinn, we needed to get out of town quick. We ran a heist. It did not go the way that it was supposed to. And I killed a guard in cold blood, and I hid his body. No one has found him. No one knows what happened to him, and what happened to him was me, and I am confessing to the murder.
Well, I must say, Ryil, you have just a hell of a sense of timing.
I was instructed, more or less, to fulfill a promise, and this is it. So.
Oh. Well. This is important and heavy, but Do you believe in redemption, Ryil?
I believe in paying your debt to society. I believe in justice.
I do as well. Hence my occupation. I also believe that life can be born anew. That we can move past the way that we were in favor of better choices.
Understood.
I appreciate you coming to me, and when the time is right, we can address these concerns and pay your debt to society. However, I hope that you acknowledge I did release Bootstrap on leave because I thought that he could do the world better out in it, serving the people, than behind bars.
I understand, and I do see the gravity of everything that is happening. I just and he takes a piece of paper and he writes where he hid the body, and he just goes, there are people out there that are looking for a resolution.
We'll make sure that they get it. And she will take the paper from his hand. This is a lot, right?
Yes. when all is said and done, I intend to fulfill my sentence and to give that man's family justice. I had to say it now, or I wouldn't. I don't think that I would have said it. So,
I understand. Ryil, roll me a religion check, please.
let's do it. That'll be a 19.
As Dee kind of looks at you, it's almost like she's kind of mid looking up. And time will kind of not stop and kind of slow, I guess. And you'll hear a clearing of a throat from a corner, and you'll turn and you'll see that priest, Falstaff, sitting in this chair, kind of with his legs crossed and his arms folded, with a smile on his face. He now has a bandage kind of wrapped around his eyes. Excellent first step.
Are you okay? Did something? Oh!
And he'll disappear. And time will re-pick up. And Dee will say, this chosen business is no joke. It feels like I just wish we knew what it meant, what we needed to do.
I think the key is to lean into it, not to resist, and to do the work.
I think it's possible. I don't understand why now. After all of my life experience and seemingly what I can tell of yours, change is difficult, is all. It's what needs to be embraced, but I can often find it challenging.
Some change just comes, and some change you only acclimate to once you're pushed. I think we're being pushed.
I think you might be right. That reminds me, Ryil, I'm glad that we had this conversation. There was a letter that arrived here. Leon from Hardrest sent it here, hoping that I could eventually get it to you.
Right.
And she'll hand over, like flipping through her correspondence, a small envelope that she'll hand to you. And you'll see that it's written in clean script. It's on a small brown envelope that says, to Ryil, from Lunette.
Oh, I miss her. He's just gonna open it up.
Mm-hmm. It's a short correspondence, relaying that the young man that you had sent from Retford had in fact arrived at her doorstep, and she has put him to work. She notes that there is a store that opened up down the street. Seems that there's no interested parties, and that she continues to ask Leon if that might be a possible venture. She also mentioned to some of the local businesses that this is something that you might be interested in starting up, and she thinks Orson might want to invest.
Jeez, I really lucked out with Lunette. He's just gonna send a return message, and he's going to like finish it, love, and then he's gonna scratch out sincerely, then he's gonna scratch out respectfully, Ryil.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. And I'm actually going to take this opportunity. I know everybody's kind of away from their headphones, but we're going to take a quick break. So
Okay.
stick around, folks. We will be right back. and hitting the road. So stick with us, folks. Go stretch, get some water. We'll be right back. Hey, everybody. We are back. We hope you had a wonderful break. We sure did. They peppered me with questions that I refused to answer, as is my right. I need a lawyer. Anyways, we are picking up at the end of their 3 days of resting here in Bellport, having conversations, trying to figure out what it all could mean. True to his word, Antony arrives with the proper equipment, gear for the journey south to the Wesker Mountains. It's going to take the party about 2 weeks. Instead of heading southeast, they'll break south towards Hardrest, a familiar place with familiar faces. They'll go the other direction. So we wake up on the day that they are to depart. Stuart is fussing over the odds and ends and figuring it out, and I think we have everything that we require. It should be fine. Yes, I think we're quite ready. Yes, everyone? Shall we set out to speak to Denver?
Can I talk to you for 1 second?
You may.
Privately, and I pull him aside.
Yes, sure. He'll step off to the side.
So we might run into some trouble on the road.
Yes, we might.
Okay. Do you have any ways to stop something magical from happening?
I beg your pardon?
Like, if somebody were to, say, bring a magical effect into the world, could you stop it before it takes effect?
You mean like counterspell?
I mean, I don't know what it's called, but that sounds what I'm asking.
Well, yes, this is in my repertoire.
So I'm going to ask, if we do get into trouble, can you just keep an eye on me? And
I didn't realize. Well, I guess you are a bit of a caster with the gift. I'm not sure if that's how it works, but yes, I'm happy to assist. However I can.
I'm just a little concerned about what could happen if, well, and Elliot looks down at his arm.
Right. Well, I believe that Denver should be able to assist us with this, given that it is a result of the Cult of Snarl, and the Unseen have been battling them for some time. I think that he might have an antidote or something that we can rely on. I hate to let it go that long, but has there been any changes? Any? It doesn't seem to be spreading.
No, it feels fine. And I'm mostly concerned about between here and Denver.
A fair and valid point. We can make haste. I think we might be able to make good time. The weather is beginning to thaw a little bit in the lowlands, though once we reach the foothills, we'll be in for quite some time. But
yep.
With Nyx with us, we should be able to make good time.
Yeah, I get it. Thank you.
Yes, of course. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and gather you guys in the little front room. Just boop, boop, boop. Grabbing and dragging and all the stuff. You're all together in this front room. Dee kind of looks apprehensive and looks around at all of you as a very disgruntled Antony enters. Yeah, I fucking got it ready. We gonna get this show on the road or what? Dee will look at all of you.
Do we have our horses?
Yeah, mate, it's outside. Fucking, what's the one, Alice?
Yeah, that's my
She fucking stole my apple, mate. Took it right out of my hand.
Good, she loves apples.
Well, she fucking loved mine, I tell you that. You owe me an apple.
Okay.
Do we finally get to go outside? Please, fucking God, tell me we get to go outside.
Yes. Yes, Nix, I'm so sorry. I know that this has been really challenging, but yes, we can head outside. She'll look at each of you. Be careful. I don't know what this is or what's to come, but oh, and I'm sorry to ask. I know you mentioned that you had sending stones. Would you mind leaving one here with me so we can continue to communicate?
Yeah. Bird will take off hers and hand it to Dee.
Dee will take it and say thank you. I'm just so... With you going so far, and with Linux, she's able to travel to and fro a little bit more easily with the mage's schools on her side, but I'm worried that if I wasn't able to hear from you, I'd... Well, get overly anxious. So thank you. And she'll put it into her pocket.
When you talk into it, you have to say over when you're done talking so that we know.
Understood. I will make sure to follow the proper protocol. And she kind of clicks her heels together and gives a little salute.
Okay.
So are we ready?
Yep.
Sure.
Been ready.
Oh,
Dee
Bird
will open
start
Yep, go for it.
heading
Go for it.
out. Just following everyone else.
Yep, you go outside where your beautiful horses are well kept for, very eager and excited to see you. And you head out on the road south, leaving Bellport. In a very similar way that you did, seemingly, it's been months now ago, when you left Dee's office to head to Hard Rest to help a friend in need. While the road is the same, it just feels different. You head out along the road, and you're going to be traveling for 2 weeks. Rather than having us roll a bunch of different checks, I'm going to break it up, and that each of you will roll me a D100, and we will resolve some issues as we go. If you have any moments that you would like to roleplay, please just let me know, as this is a long time traveling.
Yes, Bird would absolutely spend, while everyone else is getting mounted up, she is just going to spend that whole time just kind of like almost hanging, like hugging Sam's neck before she like gets up onto the saddle.
Mhm.
And most of the ride she's going to spend like kind of in that half laying down position, like just petting her mane.
Mhm.
She's very excited to see Sam again.
Sam is also very excited to see you. All right, so I've got Bootstrap, I've got Ryil, Nyx, Bird,
Sorry.
Elliot. No, you're good. Perfect.
30.
Perfect. So we are going to, as you travel, you're taking a main road, and it's well maintained. There's not too much. A question, if there are other travelers passing by, how is your party going to respond?
Bird will absolutely like wave very friendly to like everyone that passes by.
Okay.
Without being aggressive, Elliot would be reserved and cautious, but would be pleasant and friendly.
Understood. Is anyone else taking any other actions?
with Alice's horseshoes of speed, we're just zipping by everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Not paying any attention.
You find that Alice actually has a penchant for loving to race. It just naturally anyway. She's very like forthright in that. So she will often try to kind of like push as you kind of try to pull back to stay with the group. She'll be like, nah, dude, let's fucking go. I want to go.
I give into it. Just like, all right, let's go.
Love
Like,
it.
and you just hear him evilly cackling each time he does it.
Perfect. Ryil, one of these particular jaunts on your journey, you like are galloping down the road in front, the cold wind slapping against your face, and you see a glimmer on the road that you kind of pull up Alice's reins and look down, and you see in the middle of the road there's the remains of a small pouch.
Yeah, I am going to hop off and pick it up.
Awesome. You open it up, and inside there are coins with strange embossing that you don't recognize.
Can I attempt a knowledge history check?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's see if 21.
As you're kind of looking at it and observing it, you realize that these are coins, and you kind of stop for a second because this seems impossible. But you look closer, these are coins from the Wenian Empire.
I'm just gonna... You guys will never believe what I just found. Wenian Empire currency.
Like money?
Yeah. I'm gonna
What
take
does it
a
look
good...
like?
I'm gonna flip one of the coins to Bird, and I am going to take 10 minutes to
Gotcha.
cast Detect Magic as a ritual to
Great.
see if I'm getting any sort of glow from them.
No magic is present. They are just normal currency, embossed with, but because you're spending a lot of time with them, it looks like they're embossed with a man's kind of profile, seemingly like if you had to guess, understanding that's an empire, you'd hazard a guess it was the emperor of the Wenian Empire that's kind of on the front, and on the back there seems to be some just kind of just scrawling, not anything too ornate, but just a design.
Okay.
Can I keep it?
It's all yours.
And she's gonna tuck that away in her pouch.
Great.
And then I'm just gonna take the rest of them and put them in my bag.
Perfect. Travel continues as you move on. Let's see. Eventually, you're walking down this road. You're ways out, and from the other direction, Bootstrap, you're the first to notice. There's a drunken dwarf who's kind of staggering along the edge of the road, kind of mumbling to himself, and he'll look up, and as he sees you, and he'll pull out a water skin and take a long swig before putting it back under his arm. Wrestling match?
Look at the rest of the party.
He never backs down from one of these.
I'm sorry, what'd you fucking say?
You heard me.
It's a wrestling match. Oh, I think I vomited a little bit there.
Wait. I know what people do. I have a coin, and I would like to bet on Bootstrap.
Well, I'll wrestle you.
I'll let
DM.
you wrestle my wolf.
Yes, Elliot.
I would like to know if he's actually drunk.
Roll an insight.
I rolled DM an 11.
He legitimately seems just trashed.
Good.
Oh, fucking...
I'd like to pull Bootstrap aside and say, he seems like he's sober. Be
So
careful.
I'm actually gonna have to fucking...
Looks back at Bird. Like, is Bird clearly excited about this? Like,
fucking hell.
he'll dismount or some step on over.
All right.
But
That'll
I'll take your bet, Bird. I got money on the stranger.
Right. Here's the we gotta talk. We gotta talk about
Hand
rules.
you the coin.
I'll have rules. No kissing. No pinching. No going for the soft spots. You're a man of your word and your honor.
Are you gonna talk all day? Or are we gonna get down to business?
Also, no killing. Bootstraps, please don't kill him.
I'm not gonna fucking kill him.
Right, well, let's go. And then with surprising speed, the dwarf launches at your knees, and I'm going to need you to make a strength contest, please.
Just a straight strength.
Mhm.
Okay, where is that? Come on, D&D Beyond. Oh, that's pretty good. 23.
He goes for your knees and kind of slams into them, and you're able to just reach down and grab him around the waist and kind of like suplex him back over your back with ease. And as that, as he does, he kind of hits with a, and you kind of hear like his stomach next to your head like gurgle as if he's gonna throw up. And he reeks of alcohol.
No, Bootstrap!
He's just gonna hear that and just like hit the rest of his weight, rest of the dwarf's weight forward with that momentum, and will like kip up and turn around. Yeah.
And he moves to the side of the road where he just throws up profusely and like looks back, some still in his beard as he wipes. Right, who's next?
Are you okay? You just sicked up.
Right, it's fine. Just a little too much. You want to wrestle?
No.
No,
Not you. I've already wrestled you. Any takers? Any takers?
I don't know how to wrestle.
I think this guy needs some water.
She needs a
Oh,
fucking knife
do
in the
you
boobs.
need some water, sir?
Yeah.
And he'll kind of pat himself down, eventually finding a separate canteen that he'll pull up and kind of shake. You'll hear the sloshing water. No, I'm good. Got some. If you're not interested in wrestling, I gotta go.
Hey, DM.
Yeah,
Can you check your DMs?
I can.
I'm afraid.
Okay. Yep.
Yep. Do you want the thing?
Yep, you know what I need. But go ahead and do this.
I would like to go up to Bird after Bootstrap's wrestling match, and with the coin in my hand that you won, Bird, this is yours. This is. Do you know how betting works? You made a comment like, I know how this is done, but I'm curious if you do.
No, people say they bet on the person that they think is gonna win, and then they win when they win.
It's kind of like that, yeah. So
Yeah, but you said you were taking my bet, so you can have it.
No. So here's the way that it works. So you give your money to someone else. So my left hand is going to be the someone else. So you put your money in their hands, and then I put my money in their hands. And then whoever wins, that person gives them the money back, like this. And Elliot goes to put the coins in your coin purse.
So I won all of it?
Yeah.
As he does that, Bird, he kind of like slips a little bit, and you hear a sound doesn't sound like money, as it kind of like goes into your coin purse.
So that's yours. You can take that.
It sounds like a stone.
Elliot,
Bird,
did you give me my gift back?
I did not. Why would I do that? That means a lot to me.
And if I look in my purse right now, it won't be the one I gave you.
DM, I don't know how to answer this because I can't remember. No, it won't look like the one you're thinking of.
Correct.
So it's not the one that I gave you back at the
Correct.
prison. Oh, okay. You promise?
Promise.
And you wouldn't ever lie to me?
I would not lie to you. It is a stone that belongs in your possession right now more than anyone else's. So I put it where it is best kept.
Okay. Can I look at it?
You know, it was my fault for fumbling when I tried to do something sneaky, so yeah, sure.
You're not supposed to be sneaky with presents, Elliot.
You look in your purse, and it is his sending stone that he has given to you.
But the god painting isn't there anymore. You don't have to be scared of it.
But if he were to reach out sometime.
All right, she'll put it on. I like presents. Thank you.
You're
This
welcome.
is a good present.
Bootstrap, as you're doing this, you're seeing the dwarf to the side of the road, kind of like, bye-bye. And as he kind of like dawdles off down the road, you look back to where he threw up and see kind of something in the grass next to it. And you move over to kind of observe it more closely. And there's like the puddle next to the road, kind of stagnant water, but inside the water, there's a golden egg sitting in this water.
This is not the pile of
How-
sick.
No, it's not the pile of sick, but it is adjacent. The
Yeah,
pile of sick is
how
working its way to the puddle.
big
I-
is the egg compared to the puddle?
I
It's-
reach down with a hand and grab it.
Okay, yeah, it's
Some
a
duck must have been very desperate to have that egg.
as you touch
That's a
it,
very small pond.
Bootstrap, it immediately starts to hatch. The golden bit kind of like peeling back from the top, revealing inside a fully grown adult platypus that looks at you and like rubs its bill on its strange little webbed feet. A little bit of electricity buzzing between its webbed hands and its beak, and it will look at you. And I don't know what sound a platypus makes, but it does that. And it's very cute. Thank you for the good table,
What
Mr.
is
Rogers.
it? It's like a weird creature. It's like a duck, but it has like badger feet.
Quack.
But they're like webbed like a frog. But then it also looks like it's maybe part beaver.
The sad part is I know what
What
this
is
thing
it?
sounds like purely because of a children's cartoon.
Can I
It's a...
touch it?
I
Phineas
don't-
and Ferb.
Yeah, I don't know if you should be touching this thing. It's. What are you?
Does
He's
it
gonna look
shock?
at it.
What's the little?
I would
it's
like
making
to.
little lightning.
I would like to vibe check the platypus.
Roll me an insight.
You got a Pokemon, man.
21. What's this platypus's deal?
This
What's up with this-
platypus. All right. You get the distinct sense that this platypus's name is Jocelyn. And it is very keen on staying close to you.
Should we congratulate the happy father?
You fucking start, and I will rip your horns off.
I would like to see you
What
try.
are you gonna name it?
It
You're gonna
wiggles
need
in
it.
your hands, wanting to be put down.
Oh god. Yeah, you just like puts it
What are
down.
you
Doesn't
what-
drop it.
It's fucking Jocelyn. What the fuck is up with you?
She's gonna crouch down in front of it, like, what is it?
It will waddle over to Bird and kind of like give it like a, and as it does that, there'll be like this little expulsion of electric breath, just
It
like
makes lightning.
crackling a little
It
bit.
makes lightning. I told you I saw lightning.
And then
Right.
it will immediately waddle back over to you, Bootstrap, and it's changed its mind. It would like to be carried, and it will pat at your leg.
It acts like a cat.
He's gonna pick it up like one hand.
You cause trouble, you're off.
He's gonna carry it like a claw machine back onto unless I mount up with one hand. And
All
just kind of
While this is going on, Elliot is staring at Stuart, very intently and upset and silently saying to himself, this is the kind of thing I was talking about.
Stuart sits in the cart, kind of observing everything that's unfolding. Well, I mean, you did have that one creature there for a while. What was its name? The Mephit, do you recall? It seems that those chosen of the gods are also chosen of random wild beasts that just happen to be lying on the side of the road.
Looks at Buck. I'm really sorry, buddy. He didn't mean that.
All right.
Awesome.
This kind of the random magical stuff. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Let's move on.
You continue on, pressing through. Let me roll back up really quickly.
Yeah,
so
can I take little pieces of the golden eggshell?
You may. Yes, absolutely.
thank you
You have
so
to be
much.
very careful because, like, as you
yes.
pull at it, and you notice too, like, as you continue to travel, because it's over 2 weeks, that they kind of are like beginning to dry, and as they dry, that golden sheen is kind of turning into more dull bronze. So you're not really able to preserve them super well, but you can absolutely take
Still
them.
so cool.
Mhm.
So cool.
110%. All right. So, again, you're continuing on, and this is happening intermittently throughout your travel. You've kind of camped at the side of the road for a midday lunch. And you're off into like a small, you can tell like the snow's been packed down a bit and the carts have been pulled in. And as you're there, a frat friar kind of like comes in. Just, Nix, you notice first as he comes in. It isn't fair. It's not fair. It's not fair. And he will kind of go with his pack and slump it to the ground, kicking like at the snow at his feet. Just not right, really, if you think about it. It's not fair.
Hello, sir. Who pissed in your oatmeal this morning?
Don't like oatmeal, and that's rather rude to suggest that anyone would piss in it. Who are you? What do you want?
I mean, I'm not important, but you seem upset, and I can maybe help you? I don't know. You just kind of ruined the vibe of what we got going on over here.
Well, excuse me for minding my own business. It's not... Listen, you get run down off the road by 7 dark riders, and you tell me that you'll be in a fine mood.
Wait, what? Can you repeat that one more time, please? And thank you.
There's some folks in a bit of a hurry, nearly ran me off the road. Rather rude. It's not fair.
What direction were they going?
I was in the pedestrian lane. They'd taken up the whole road. Share the road. That's what the signs say. And he gestures, and there is, in fact, a neat little sign that says, you know, welcome to Norfordia. Please share the road.
Right, as is custom. Sir, sorry to hear about that, but if you could just point me in the direction of that would be very helpful.
And he points down the ways towards where you're headed, towards south.
Okay. Nix is gonna lock eyes with Buck and just say, "You know what to do." Buck just takes off.
Mm-hmm. He will go ahead and run down the road. He has his own perception, right? Let me see.
He should.
He should. Let me look really quickly. Let's see. Yes. Okay. Roll me a d20 and +3 for me, please.
Okay. 15.
Okay. Yeah. Buck will lope easily down the road, kind of darting in through the low brush that forms. And he will see, it's true, the road is kind of like torn up by like fast hoof prints, but he's not really able to see anyone down. But as he comes kind of loping back, he communicates, to you, like a nod, like as you have pre-established in training, right? Like affirmative or not affirmative.
Mm-hmm.
He gives the affirmative that yes, there seems to be something, but he wasn't able to see much.
Okay. I'll give him some scritches behind his ear. Good job, Buck.
Perfect.
Might want to keep an eye out on the way up there, just so you know. letting the group know.
Awesome. Are we pressing on?
Yes.
Yes, we're on an adventure.
You continue on, and you're passing kind of like through some farmlands. And Bird, as you're walking, you hear a man, he's got kind of a fenced off area next to the road, and he is dancing in the field, just screaming to the sky, so ecstatic, whooping and like taking his hat off and throwing it in the air. And he runs up to the fence and he looks at you. Oh my God. And he launches over the fence and runs up and shuffles in his pocket and pulls something out and slams it into her hand. It's a girl! Before turning back around and woo! Like screaming his way back towards a small homestead where smoke lazily rises from a chimney.
Yeah, she's gonna do, she's gonna send off some druidcraft in, snow, but like rainbow colored snow.
He kind
Above
of
the
sees
house.
that as it kind of splashes as he's running back, and he'll turn and look. It's a girl! Just screaming, overly ecstatic. Let's see. All right, and then we have Elliot.
Yep.
Let's see. Yep. So you are traveling, and you come to a point where a bridge crosses over a road, and there's parts of it that are diminished. It's a rather wide river, and there's a ferry down below with a very a kind of gangly person standing there, shuddering against the cold. He's got kind of a lit brazier on his side of the bank that he's warming his hands out, rubbing his hands together. And as he sees you coming, he goes, all right, need to cross?
It's either this or the bridge, yes?
Well, bridge is out.
Well, and I guess we need to cross.
Right. 50 gold?
Seems a little steep, don't you think?
If you don't like it, you can go somewhere else.
DM, there's no other way to cross, yes?
As you look down around, like the river stretches out because you're kind of in like flat lands. You're starting to get to where the hills lift up. You don't see anything readily nearby. This seems, at least for the main road, where to cross.
What's his general status of being? Does he look like he's disheveled, well put together, like he's hard up for money?
Will you roll me an insight check?
You know, I would love to roll you an insight check on any die that I haven't rolled tonight so far. How
Would
about
you
this
roll
one?
it well, please?
21.
While
Perfect.
he's attempting to inside him, I would like to. I can fix the bridge if you want.
He will shoot you, Bird, kind of a nervous glance. Like, that is not something he wants to hear. And Elliot, you'll see he's dressed a little worse for wear. His winter clothes seem to be a little bit more threadbare. And as you look, you see that his ferry seems to have been kind of lashed together from seemingly the remains of the bridge itself. And like, as you kind of look at it, you see that this could probably only take one person across at a time. It seems that this person saw an opportunity and ran with it. But might not necessarily be proficient in ferrymanry.
Okay, let me ask a different way. Does it seem like this person is in need of charity?
It seems like this person saw an opportunity and got really ingenious with it, whether from desperation or boredom. With a 21, you can see that it's from desperation.
Okay. How many can you take across at one time? Safely.
1.
And does that include the horses and the carts and the...
He kind of looks at his jerry-rigged fairy and kind of nudges it with his foot, and as he does, the corner sinks down into the cold water and doesn't come back up. 1.
All right, so I'm gonna turn back to the group so that he can't see me, and I'm going to like slightly shake my head no and say, so I'm gonna go across first. I'll send the ferryman back. Bird, you should go last. And then I'm going to turn to the ferryman and say, all right, take me across. I'll go first.
Seriously?
Yeah. Seems like a reasonable price.
Right. Okay. He will load you up on the ferry a little bit in disbelief of it himself, and he will take a pole that you can see is kind of wrapped in rotting rope that looks like it was actually taken from the bridge itself and kind of fashioned. And as he kind of sticks it in the mud, the top will topple over. Oh, right, just been meaning to fix that. Kind of pull it back. And it takes some time, but he does push you through the muddy, mucky water. You can feel the ferry kind of scraping the bottom of the river as you get to the other side.
Out of character, Luca, please fix it. As we get to the other side, hopefully things have happened on the side I came from, and I will hand the man 100 gold.
I said 50.
You look like it could do you some good, and you look like you might need to upgrade your ferry. It's a little worse for the wear, and I just want to make sure that if you do happen to take someone across, that it's safe.
Oh, God's bless you. This is the first kindness I've had in some time. Thank you.
I had a hunch. Do you need more?
No, this is more than, sorry. My wife, she might not leave me now, sorry. Thank you. Bird, what you doing?
So, my very interesting plan was Bird was gonna walk over to some trees, hopefully growing near the bridge.
Uh-huh.
And she's just gonna start kind of like, hi, I was just wondering if you just wanted to grow. Don't you want to stretch? Feels so good to stretch. It's so nice out today. And she's gonna try and shape plants and convince them that they want to grow out their branches over the break in the bridge and then just kind of stay there for a little while.
I will allow it. You're kind of in there's slow, low shrubbery and brushes. They might not be full trees, but they're kind of hardy brush that kind of is growing, and you're able to talk to them, and they stretch out and down. It's gonna be sketchy crossing.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be great. The horses are gonna not want to do this, so it's gonna take you some extra time. But you are able to kind of coax them across this strange, sagebrushy kind of extension of the bridge.
Okay, it says when I use shape plants, if I can also speak with plants, that I can convince them that they want to stay in this shape.
Perfect. Yeah, you do that, and as you kind of cross the other side, this guy's just kind of sitting there with his gold in awe of you. As you do this, oh, that'll help. And, the farmer up the road a few days, his wife was expecting. This'll help. This'll help him quite a bit. Oh, is it? Oh, that's good news. That's great news. He has 6 boys.
Oh. Oh, okay.
He'll be rather pleased at the difference. He's always wanted a girl, that John.
She's gonna have to learn real quick how to play the game of who can hit the softest. Boys love that game.
Right.
Have you ever played it?
That's a good game.
Oh.
Never won.
You know what? I have to confess, neither have I.
I won, but it's one of those where when you win, you also lose.
Ain't that the truth? All right, and you guys continue on. I'm gonna cut us to a scene. You are successfully travel and have reached the edge of the hills leading into the Wesker Mountains. And I've got an image for you right here. Kind of give you an idea. Oh, wrong button. Of what you're seeing. Just kind of that low, like sloping as it slowly starts to build into larger mountains. And you have set up camp. Stu has set himself to making stew, as is normal, and is kind of getting ready. As you know, seems to be you're only a couple more days from the foothills from the Wesker Peaks themselves. Is there anything you'd like to do?
DM, is this a photo you took yourself?
It is not.
Okay, because it kind of looks like certain.
Yeah, no,
areas.
it super does.
Yeah,
That's why
okay.
I picked it. It's beautiful. It's fucking gorgeous. If you don't think that Southern Norfordia isn't based on like Utah, then you're mistaken.
Okay. No, I'm obviously just going through all my stuff, taking stock of my new treasures that I would have collected along the way, like interesting looking leaves, bits of twig, any cool rocks, and getting ready to go to bed.
Great.
Elliot would like to try to meditate.
Okay.
Ryil will pray before bed.
Okay. Roll me a religion check.
Okay. Womp womp. Still not good at it.
Still not good at it. You kind of like, hey God,
Hey, Tyr. What's up? It's
what's
your boy.
up?
Just on the road. Saw a guy trying to swindle people on the ferry. Wasn't sure what to do about that. Holler. And that's it.
Bootstrap, what are you up to?
Left on. Bootstrap is going to be sitting around the fire waiting for that stew, because while the effects of his addiction to the smell of it have passed, it's good stew.
It really
Never
is.
give up that good shit. So he's sitting there and drinking a flask to keep warm, because he's got winter clothes on now, so for the first time you can't actually see many of his tattoos. But he's just hanging out, attempting to like pat Jocelyn when he can, but I assume being a mammal and aquatic, more
Jocelyn loves it.
temperate creature, but like wants the warmth. So like,
It rolls up. She will roll over in your hands and curl up at your belly, like showing her belly, and her strange little like webbed feet will wiggle in your face as she honks for more pets.
and he's gonna like be looking around, making sure no one's seeing it, and like kind of tilt away from everything, and kind of just like just very much lots of belly rubs and everything.
GM, I don't like to flaunt my passive perception of 23 very often.
But please
Don't lie
do,
to make
sir.
friends.
Please do. Please do. Please
But I
flaunt
would like
it.
that. I would like that passive perception to pick up on this Bootstrap Jocelyn love affair that we
Bootstrap,
got
roll
going
a sleight of hand.
I'd like to tag on to this too.
Yep.
Because I don't think Saint's experience with mindfulness meditation, very distracting in the beginning, and my passive perception 17.
Yep. What'd you get, Bootstrap?
I rolled the natural one. He gets just really into it and is just like making coochie. Yeah, just like the little.
The dice tell the story. Yes, you absolutely see. Everyone actually sees Bootstrap just kitchy in this little platypus that wiggles happily and honks affectionately.
I blame this for my failed prayer. It's just like, hey, Tyr, it's your. But what the hell?
Nix,
Does he
what are you up
make this
to?
all-
Oh, go for it. Go for it.
I was gonna ask everybody, does he do this like all the time? Obviously not with that thing, but
What the fuck are you talking about? What are you looking at?
nothing. You're fine. Don't worry. Just
You got
loving
fucking
this.
something to say?
no.
I will grind you down and make you into a.
As you're saying
Fucking
that, Jocelyn kind of reaches up and pats her little webbed hand on your chest because you're not giving her pets.
I think you're busy there, huh?
Honk!
I will pet Jocelyn, but maintain eye contact with Nyx. It's just a fucking death glare. There are words unspoken, and all of them are curses.
Murder scritches.
No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
Nyx is trying to maintain eye contact, but she's just fucking losing it.
Buck
This is
gets
great.
jealous and nudges at your hand.
Oh, fuck. Okay, calm down. There's a baby in the
Oh.
group, okay? Oh my god.
Ma'am?
Yes.
After hearing Ryil be like, yo, God, you there? Bird's gonna try something.
Okay.
And since she knows Azuth, the god painting, is no longer in the painting,
Yes.
and she doesn't know what else Azuth is about, she is going to pull out that frog brooch that she found a long
Okay.
time ago.
Yes. On the very
In
first
that
session. Yes.
weird sacred fountain thing.
Yes.
And she's gonna pull it out and just hold it and be like, God painting, Azuth, are you there?
Roll me an Arcana.
Not kinda.
Oh no, that was not what I was expecting. What did I get? An 18.
You whisper into this brooch. God painting. God painting. And the brooch is cold and dead in your hands. But as you kind of look and you're trying to reach out to him, around you, there's these, like, it's like for a second you're not sure, but there seems to be these, like, gold lines in the air that for a split second you're able to see. And they kind of shimmer in the air and you look up, and it's like a network of golden lines just surrounding you. And you reach out like with your finger to kind of like tug at one, because this is, and as your finger kind of like touches it, you get resistance and you start to pull on it a little bit and it disappears.
Gonna
What-
shake the brooch and just
What's your passive perception, Bird?
my passive perception, oh, it's just 14. No, wait, that's insight. 18.
As it disappears, you will see. How am I gonna do this? Chat, I'm sorry, you can't see it, but Bird will. You kind of like that thing where you like pull it and it disappears, and you look out into the field, and you see a woman standing there with beautiful blonde hair and bright blue eyes, and she smiles at you and nods and disappears. And you should be able to see her in the images.
I prayed and it did something. What images? ma'am?
It should be under the session 9 Rise Above in images, under handouts, images, and there should be one that only you can see.
Yeah, she's gonna, like, as all of that disappears, she's gonna turn around to the others and just yell, I prayed and it did something, but it wasn't God painting. It was a lady, and there were gold lines in the air, so I don't know if those are ley lines, Elliot, but I saw them. One of them acted like a string that I could pluck.
Kind of like fabric in a weave.
Yeah. You think it was magic?
I mean, it seems like a solid leap of logic.
With what Bird has said, can I try a religion check to see if I know of any entities that fit that description?
Yeah,
Yay.
she'll describe the woman in more detail, like exactly how she saw it, if you ask her. No problem.
Okay,
So you can.
here we go. 15.
No. You don't recall there's there being a deity at all. However, if you're relaying to the entire party, Nyx, you once saw a figure like this when you were young, as a child.
Yeah, that sounds familiar, Bird. A little bit.
Have you seen her? Do you know her?
I mean, I was a kid, so it's kind of hard to say. But I saw something like that.
Is she real, or is she a god?
I mean, I've seen her before, so that must mean something. I don't know what she is.
Well, I still don't know if I have a god. If she came
no.
to you too.
Well, she came to take my grandmother.
Okay, she's gonna upon hearing that, she is going to start. Lady, are you on the other side? Lady, it's Bird. Are you there?
Nothing happened.
It might be a good sign, though.
Well, if she takes people that leave, maybe she knows how to get there.
This was kind of different, though. This was taking my grandmother to fulfill her purpose. So maybe you seeing this lady means that you have a purpose to. I'm just crossing lines here. I don't know.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna try and pray again tomorrow.
That's a good idea.
Right, and she's gonna tuck away the brooch and just kind of like lay down in her sleeping bag, whatever arrangement she has, and just kind of like stare upwards, kind of at nothing, just trying to think, go over everything she knows.
Great. Yeah, Stu will serve his famous stew, and he'll look at you, Nyx, and kind of like hand, move food out. We should be reaching the edges of the mountains soon. I'm rather pleased. We'll need to find the entrance leading up into Denver's home. But I'm feeling confident that we can do this. Feeling confident.
Yeah. Yep. Super confident on that one. Just going to meet Denver for the first time. That'll be a fun time.
Oh, well, I guess that's right, Nyx. You haven't met him.
Not yet.
I'd forgotten. It would be a rather wonderful occasion, then, for all of us. Many answers, and help, and assistance, and someone to drive this.
I mean, can I tell them about the chosen from before? Is that okay?
I thought that perhaps we might wait a bit, but I guess
mean,
I
if you
don't.
Want me to wait? That's okay too.
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check, Nick.
Okay. Oh God. 21.
Well, I suppose it's all right if you tell them of the ones who came before. It's their right, I guess. If you fuck it, why not?
I mean, yeah, they kind of deserve to know and should probably know what we're all about a little bit, right?
Let the record show that she rolled a 21 on her persuasion chat.
Yes. Saint. The notebook. Perfect. Well, you guys know that there were chosen before us, right? Okay. It was during the Wenian Wars. There were a number of chosen, all called by the gods, to fight a great evil. Kind of like us, right? The chosen assembled across the lands, and seemed very sure in what they were doing, in their purpose, and they marched forth into battle, but something went wrong, and we don't know exactly what, but while the Wenian threat was defeated, that was kind of the end of the chosen. They fell, except for one, Valdry. It was assumed that he was the only one that was left alive. He returned to the unseen, bloodied and blackened, and then disappeared all of a sudden. Cut to 10 years later, and Staley emerged from the wastes and set to repairing the damage done. I can't words.
I still can't understand it, Nix.
Yeah,
That is the piece that doesn't make sense.
I know. I don't really understand him very much.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In the last 3 weeks, Bird has heard the phrase like 10 years exactly, twice now.
Yep.
Can I roll to solve? Can I solve a mystery, please?
What's
Can
your
I
question?
see if I'm able
Ask a
to
question.
determine what events align, how they align, anything like that? What the significance of 10 years on the dot is? How old am I?
I don't know, Bird. How old are you?
Don't know. I
I
think we established it at some point, like how long I've been around.
Yeah. So we established on break, and I'll share this with chat. If the player knows something, the character will know something. And I will happily try to give you a check if you can present
this
to
is
me a
the player.
question.
Can I roll? Can me, Luca, roll to solve, or I'd like to phone a friend and confer to have a sidebar with Saint really quick. Saint, help me.
Go ahead and roll history, Bird.
Thank you. Listen, I hear pieces, but I don't know what they mean.
Listen, I can help you along the process, but I don't know any more than you do.
I don't know. Oh, I don't know.
It's 10 years ago.
There's something with 10 years.
10 years ago, you recall you recently had a conversation with Dee. There was the earthquakes in Bellport. And you go, yeah. That was that was sad.
Ryil also thinks he knows a thing.
Okay. Tell me the thing and we'll work with it.
Okay. So when we went beyond the gates to the God, I forgot the name of the area. Oh my God,
No,
I
you're
can't
good.
find my notes.
Talk me through
Yeah,
it.
you know-
I'm here to help.
There was that ruined land.
The
and
waste.
we went inside and
Yep.
we found that the powerful artifact there was destroyed or
Correct.
or corrupted.
It was broken inside of a chest.
Right.
Yep.
I believe that happened right before the earthquake, correct? Let me know if I'm wrong here.
You should still have, as far as I know, you guys still have this on you. I would be willing to let you roll an investigation on it.
I would like to roll an investigation on it because I'm starting to piece it together myself here as well. So
Okay.
Investigation 27.
So you turn and start going through your packs, and Stu will actually kind of look at you as you do this. And you retrieve the small box inside. There are shards of black glass, and as you kind of look at them, you it was preserved inside of a box, but you can kind of tell, with a fucking 27, you can tell that this was not destroyed recently. It does seem kind of that it has been some time ago. And Stu will actually kind of look around your shoulder, seeing that you've pulled out this box. And you're able to determine that, yeah, this thing was broken a lot longer ago than you realized.
Yeah, about 10 years, I'd say.
About 10 years.
Exactly. And he's going to say that out loud, hoping to give Bird another shot at solving her mystery here.
As you hold up the box, Stu will see it and his eyes will actually light up. I'm not even going to make you roll. Stu will be, where did you get that?
Yeah, it's all starting to come together still.
That's a stabilizer. That's one of ours. Where did you get that? Oh, it's broken. That's not good.
Yes, it's
That's not good. Where did you find that?
Beyond the gate and the waste.
I need you to be very specific in telling me exactly where you found that.
Temple of Azuth. The only thing that was warded beyond the gates. There were a couple of individuals looking for it. Shapeshifters. Now that I think about it.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah, there was a man wandering in the waste. And we passed him by and then we found him again in the temple. But he acted like he'd never seen us before.
Yes. That's a ley line stabilizer. That's purposely intended to keep the magic from.
Yeah, the magic in the waste is chaotic. It's quite troublesome.
Yes.
It's also where we found our friend, the god painting, Azuth.
Well, that makes sense. You did say it was in his temple. And that makes sense, as Azuth is rather fond of our machinations. The rationality of magic and all that.
Do we still have the book that we got from there? I'm gonna look in my bag and see if we still have the book.
You do still have the book.
And that's gonna be the next piece I pull out.
All right.
Ryil is on the case, baby.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll me an investigation, I guess. Yeah.
I can do this all day. 29.
Yeah. So you pull out The Glorious Vocation of the Mage, third printing, and you find, as you're kind of flipping through, you remember that Azuth was rather fond of page 379. The followers of Azuth are held in the highest regard amongst mages. The rationality of magic is essential to maintaining the weave. Azuth's fair gaze is unwavering, checking and rechecking the balance to preserve magics for all peoples. You flip a couple of more pages and see, saying into existence and observed by the gods, the weave enables all magic as we know it. It's through its existence that repeatable magics can be harnessed and used for the betterment of all. And you keep looking. The unseen are inextricably linked to the cause of the mage. Their work is critical and should be preserved at all costs. Should their influence wane against the forces of irrationality, the consequences could be dire and irreversible. And with a fucking 29, you look further still, and you see kind of reference to wild magics and how there is still additional study being done by mages to understand. There seems to be people who live through the stretches between the Wenian Empire and Norfornia who are blessed with magic that seemingly springs from nowhere, and it's highly irrational, and they are struggling to understand its purpose.
So, I believe it was last session or the session before that where I tried to make sense of Elliot's magic. Does this seem to correlate with what I'm reading?
Yes. Highly irrational, not based on any component. It's not based on component. It's not based. It seemingly springs up from need itself. It does not seem to follow any law or order.
Last thing I want to check: the black crystal in the ley line stabilizer. I'm going to walk over to Elliot, and I'm gonna go. Do you mind if I take a look at your wound for a moment?
No. Go ahead.
I'm gonna take a look at the wound, and before it was black crystal. Is it still black crystal?
Yep. Elliot, I will leave this up to your discretion if you've been kind of like peeling it off or anything, but it's just kind of like dry, kind of scabbed over in this black crystal.
Haven't been peeling it off.
Is it the same kind of black crystal that's on the ley line stabilizer?
Go ahead and roll me a new investigation. With your fucking god tier eyes.
No! I got a 16.
Hang on. I was about to say before you rolled. So I intentionally, Saint the player did not verbalize this, would have been letting it grow to find out exactly how it's going to progress.
Okay.
So it would be in as much of a natural state as it could be. Can I give him advantage for that?
You may.
Yes! Oh, Elliot, I can kiss you.
Yeah.
And I failed you.
It's okay.
I rolled a 1, so I got a 13.
It's okay. It's because I tried to help you. It's because my luck tried to help you.
Ryil, you're not a doctor, but you can tell that this seems to be a similar material. It seems like the black glass, the hues don't really match. You can't say for certain that they are the same, but like to a casual observer, you suspect they're very similar.
All right, so as I'm putting all this together, I'm telling everybody, like I'm going full It's Always Sunny conspiracy board. Like there's red strings and everything. Like it's all starting to come together. I don't know what's going on, but it's all coming together.
Right. Well, ooh, okay. And Stuart will look at Nyx. I'm really glad you talked me into letting us talk about this.
Yeah.
Hmm? Right.
Yeah.
So let's talk about my field of study, just really quickly. I've joined the Unseen at the academy. I tried to convince Lennox to join it well, and she had no taste for secret societies, but it's fine. And I particularly was tracking the influence of the cult of Snarl following the fall of the Winnian Empire. I found rather fascinating, right? They just seemingly disappeared. We have Adra to the west, and with the death of their king, it's falling, quite frankly, into ruin. Their loss of territory was insurmountable, and the
Wait
parliament...
a second. Are you certain that the king of Snarl is dead?
Well, the Emperor of the Winnian, no one really knows his fate, but no, Adra, our ally, Norfordia's ally to the east, it was in disrepair. It was too difficult to track cult activity there.
Okay. So when we were captured in that room, I recall rolling a history check on the gentleman that was attacking us, and it was the Emperor of Snarl, if I recall correctly.
Yep, I'm going to make you roll another history check. The DC will be lower because you remember some details.
Okay. Let's motherfucking go, 23!
Aitken.
I wasn't helping you.
Aitken, Reaver of the Winnian Empire.
So when he's talking, he's just going, Aitken, Reaver of the...
Yes, you mentioned that you had run into him, and it is quite unfortunate. He was a rather high up in the Winnian forces, highly connected to the cult.
Yes, and that's who we faced.
Well, yes. Yes,
Okay.
I do recall, yes.
Okay. It's all coming together. It's a process. It's a process.
Yes, I understand, but you see, here's the thing. Bros to the north, it's ruled by Prince Tristan the Omen. They came through the war relatively unscathed, but in recent years have begun more aggressive in behaviors with neighboring countries. Clergy from various gods have been expelled, and they seem to be growing more brazen. In fact, the town of Atbury on the border, they put out a call for distress. Nobles had sent an emissary to the capital to implore to the Earl to send troops and aid, as the garrison in town there had been decimated by a disease, seemingly rampant. The Council of Retford, they had met to determine, the validity, and had sent an emissary to kind of coordinate over the last several years, but seemingly that there was no evidence to support anything. But to be sure, there are bands of mercenaries from Bros. I suspected they were linked to the cult, given what we saw on that hillside with the ruptured ley line.
The individuals whose magic doesn't make any sense, the ones that, like Elliot, is it limited to humanoids?
Well, we don't really understand it, you understand. And he'll look over at Nyx a little kind of frustrated. The hill folk, they have an oral history. And in the Winnian Empires, their lands were the ones that were most heavily impacted. We don't have much left of that culture.
Let's say, for example, that a dragon that is known for shooting fire were to suddenly shoot water, ice, something like that, something that doesn't make any sense. Like the dragon that...
You mean, and he'll look at Nyx, you mean who we suspect might be Valdre, who we witnessed in the fields.
Exactly.
I mean, it's possible. In theory. But we'd have no way to know it.
Simplest answer is usually the right one.
I mean,
Stuart,
yes.
what disease was in Atbury?
Some strange, unknowable illness. They did send medical proficient beings there, but it seemed to be connected, sort of, well, they're not really sure what it was. It only affected certain people. Those who were magically inclined sorcerers seemed to be more heavily impacted. But again, there was... It didn't seem to be... It didn't move as a normal disease. And again, I was not familiar with the studies. I just heard rumblings in academia about it.
When was this?
Oh, you know. Several years ago. Bird. Yep.
It affected people tied to magic.
Again, I hate to speak on the particulars. I don't really know, but it seemed, based in conversations that I had, those innately tied, you know, not learned like myself, but more born with connections.
Sorcerers.
Yes, and the like.
Bird's just gonna go silent and start crying.
Oh my goodness, Bird! I'm ill-equipped. Did I say something upsetting?
No, they were right, it was my fault.
What on earth are you saying?
I got someone sick.
I don't understand.
Because of magic.
Oh, no. No, you see, it wasn't a contagious disease. It seemingly just that general area seemed to be impacted. It wasn't like someone cough or anything like that. Or at least, again, I can't say for sure.
She used magic to make me.
What? Like Ryil just
And then she got sick.
I would like to cast detect magic on Bird.
Holy shit. Don't do that.
Go ahead.
I'm casting detect magic on Bird.
How would that even... I'm curious to know the results of this as well.
You cast this, and at first, when the magic impacts, it's like a picture developing. You know, there's like the lines kind of slowly form, and at first you can see like her Susudio staff and magical items that kind of ping with various effects.
Yeah.
But as you hold the spell and really concentrate, you begin to see like it's like a deepening of magic at her center with small lines that like reach out. And it's not like anything you have ever seen before.
Okay. What school of magic, I guess?
That's a question.
I'm so sorry.
All of them.
What the fuck are you? It's exactly what Ryil says. Like, just what?
I'm Bird.
Oh. Oh my. Oh. Oh. Oh.
What? Why
You
are
got something you
so-
need to tell us?
No,
I would like
other
to
than it
crack
was
open my
fault.
I would like to, and I'm so sorry to do this, Sarah. I'm gonna crack open my spell book, and I'm gonna pull out a pearl, and I would like to cast Identify on Bird.
Do you want me to send him the thing?
Yes. Bird, go ahead
Okay.
and send it to me as well. Send it to me first. Send it to me first to like double check that I understand what you're thinking.
Oh, wait, that wasn't it. That was just my last copy.
Mhm. Yep, you're good. You're good.
And if you don't want this to happen, Luke.
No,
or
no.
if you
Let
don't
me
want
see
this-
what let me see what she said.
Okay. Just because he's freaking out right now.
Yep. Uh-huh.
You want to edit it at all?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just gonna edit a little bit. I'll send
me
it back to you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Identify tells you this is Bird.
I'm just gonna take this part out, and I'm going to say,
While this is happening, Chad, I just want to let you know Elliot and Saint both not okay.
Hey.
Absolutely not.
Bootstrap's fine.
Yeah, Bootstrap's got a emotional support platypus.
That's true.
Can you share Jocelyn with the group?
No.
It's fine. I have Buck. We
I
good.
want a clip of this reaction. Purple, do you hear me? I need you.
Oh, 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 that is the sweetest. Oh, oh.
Ryil, will you make me a history check, please?
Yes, okay.
I gotta tell you, Ryil, if you need funding for your investigation services, Elliot is in.
I just got a 10. He's too shocked to be thinking right now. He's just.
Yeah, you're too shocked to think, as you look and realize what you're seeing.
He's just gonna walk up to Bird and like give her a big old hug.
She's still just like, tears are just kind of like silently streaming down her cheeks, and she'll hug back.
Oh no,
I didn't
nothing.
mean to.
No, nothing. No. I can tell you that nothing that has happened is you're a miracle. You are. Oh, you're amazing. No, Bird, you're fine. He gives her a kiss on the forehead. You're fine. I promise.
But it was my fault.
I don't think so.
She got sick because of me. They were right.
Magic is funny. Nothing's your fault. Just have I ever lied to you?
No.
I'm not about to start. Trust me, this isn't your fault. Okay?
Okay.
Magic's acting funny right now, and we've got to fix it. I'm gonna go for a walk. You just see Ryil just, what the fuck is going on? And he's losing it off in the distance.
Bird's just gonna like kind of look at the rest of the party. I'm just Bird.
Of course you are.
Nyx is gonna look down at Buck and just say, "Go." Yeah. No, please. I know. Please, just go. And Buck is gonna go and cuddle up next to Bird.
Oh, she's absolutely just gonna arms around him. Just pet and snuggle.
Bootstrap, you feel a little pet on your chest as Jocelyn realizes you've stopped petting her.
When she tires out, he's gonna stick her into a snow glove.
Stuart seems unhinged and a little bit like kind of pulling at his hair, and will look at Elliot. You don't happen to have, I don't know, just any, very important artifacts in your bag, would you? It's fine. It's fine. You probably
I
have-
don't
don't.
give a shit.
I have a paper. There's like a message thing. That's
What?
all I've got.
A message thing?
It's like a paper of message. Like it sends out messages to other places.
Yes, I don't think that's relevant.
Also, DM, do I? I don't think I do.
You do. I don't know. Do you?
Because now,
Yes.
now I'm concerned I didn't add it to Roll20 or to D&D Beyond.
No, you do not. I'm looking.
Okay.
I'm looking. You're good.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I wasn't messing something up.
No, I think you're good. But let me double check. Yeah, you're good. Yep, you're good. So Stu is gonna kind of like sit back. I need you to know that this has been my line of profession work for many years. And I've been ridiculed, mocked, thrown out of certain places in academia, and rejected on many levels by certain scholars. And I spend an infinitesimal amount of time with you all. And he kind of looks up at the sky. This is the best plan you had?
I mean, we kind of have to trust him, Stu. It's okay.
I understand, Nix. Something has happened to make it come together this quickly, is my point. We should make haste. We need to find the entrance as soon as possible.
If you need me to scout ahead and go look for it, just let me know.
We'll rest the night, which reminds me, and he will set himself to casting the spell for the hut for you guys to pass through the night as you've been using, as you've been traveling, hence not really needing watches because you've been safe. He'll cast that and it will form. Right, yes, well, to bed with our sleepy heads, so.
Bird has actually fallen asleep, kind of crying and snuggling Buck,
Mhm.
and is kind of sleeping like half, like sitting up, leaning against Buck.
Great. Is there anything else you guys are gonna do?
Elliot is
Ryil's
trying
gonna-
to. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, you go.
I was gonna say Elliot's just trying
I'll
to
go.
put together the new information into his own personal Pepe Silva board.
Ryil is sneaking off and having a cigarette. just trying to digest this.
Blue Chef's going to bed.
Great. You go to sleep and pass through the evening and wake up the next day headed deeper into the mountains, the Wesker Mountains. They rise above you, pristine, and snow-capped. The wind whisks snow from its peaks, and it is beautiful and serene. It is cold, though, that wind. It cuts through your clothes and makes you kind of huddle a little bit closer together. Bootstrap, Jocelyn insists on kind of resting in between your coat and your shoulder. Like if you try to stop holding her, she like pets your shoulder until you like hold her again, where she wiggles down as you continue to ride.
Like as if he's got a shoulder injury, he will hold his shoulder then.
Perfect. You travel, and Stu kind of scratches at his head, trying to recall where he needs to go. Bird, you are kind of emotionally distressed from the events, but I need you to roll me a perception check, please.
An 11.
As you're going, Sam's hoof kind of catches and you kind of jostle, and you look up and you see off to in the fields that same woman beckoning you urgently towards her, and you hear in your mind, "Waterman, run."
Yeah, she's gonna say, "Elliot, the lady's back, and she says to come to her and to run, and there's watermen."
Do I know what a waterman is?
You do not.
Leveled up water boy.
Also, she could be very clearly saying someone's like name, Waterman, but Bird definitely took it as watermen.
Yeah.
So Bird's gonna, okay, Sam, and she's gonna go into a gallop towards where the lady is beckoning.
What's everyone else doing?
Fucking hells. Bootstrap's gonna follow her just to keep her from doing something silly.
Same.
Yeah. Oh, Ryil's definitely going. Does Waterman ring a bell to him?
I mean, Elliot and Ryil both roll a history check.
Okay.
Dude.
18.
Nope.
No, Ryil, it does not sound familiar.
Okay. So yeah, just making my way.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and pull you over really quickly. Oh, that shouldn't have stopped the music or changed it like that. Why is this happening? I'm a nice person. Roll 20, you slide dog, you.
I just want everyone to know that I drew a platypus in a like mitten.
There's a reason that you're here.
Well, congratulations. You can never leave us now. You sealed your fate.
So you guys should see a map now, kind of on the road. Bird, let me see if I can zoom out so the stream can see it. It's not super wide, so bear with me though. But Bird, the woman kind of beckoned you off in this direction.
It's gonna go that way.
Great.
I mean, she definitely like communicates to the party what she saw and gonna go that way.
Okay. Will you guys go ahead and position yourselves? And just tell me where you would want Stu. He would comply.
We can have Stu right here.
Just grab really quickly. Why is everything bad happening to me? I'm a nice person. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Make sure I'm on the right. Oh, sorry, one sec. My roll 20 is being just a real pain in the butt. Yeah, okay. We're just gonna have to deal with it. I need you all to roll me stealthily checks.
Oh boy. Oh, what's happening to my map?
Do you want me to roll one?
19.
Yep, I need everybody to roll me.
Okay,
stealth
because
check.
I feel like I'm super not being stealthy.
Take an 18.
A 20.
28.
Stu will kind of call out as you're pulling him over. What the hell are we doing? That's gonna get stuck. And you'll kind of like shush him as this happens. And as you kind of like just as you settle down into the brush. Let's see. Let me double check my math. Yep. A troop of what looks like riders comes from the other direction along the road. And I'm going to go ahead and move them over so you can see. Imagine that there are horses for the back four. In front are two of the creatures that you faced, the manges, Bootstrap and Elliot. You are highly familiar with them. Behind them, there are 4 mounted figures, 2 humanoids, and then 2 very obviously doppelgangers whose heads are craning from side to side, kind of looking for people as they pass. And they ride steadily. Let me make it where I need to be. Thank you. Kind of along this road. The manges kind of tossing and howling as they go. This music is very serene. Imagine that this is much more intense because I can't find my right music track and Roll20 hates my guts. As they kind of move along the road, you're able, Bird, you kind of weren't necessarily trying to like hide, but I see now you've pinged. Go ahead and narratively tell me the thing.
Yeah, so I'm very much like, just because of the type of half elf I am, if I kind of stand still near any sort of scenery or shadows, I just kind of become kind of hard to notice. And so I'm just kind of standing over by these bushes, just like watching them go by, staying perfectly still. And while I'm not necessarily even thinking about doing this, it just kind of naturally happens. Where anyone glancing over in my direction wouldn't necessarily see me. I don't know how that works for my horse, though.
No, so here's, everybody rolled really high, and you rolled low, and Stu did meh, but we're kind of doing like an average. So, yeah, that's fine. Like, you are successfully able to kind of like crouch down in these deep snowdrifts and like behind the trees in such a way that they kind of move on. If they seem to be in a hurry as they're like going up the road and pass you by, disappearing further along the trail. What do you do?
Is that, are those watermen?
I don't think the 2 in front have anything to do with water.
Thank you, lady.
Got yourself a little good luck, lady, then. Now let's get back on the road.
Yeah.
Ryil,
Oh God.
with your fucking
Yes.
ridiculous passive perception that wrecks my shit.
Yeah, what's up?
You hear a rustle off to the side, and you look and see a woman crouched low, like belly in the snow, kind of peering up at you, eyes wide, and like kind of watching you.
I am going to shoot her over a message, and the message is going to say, "Hey, I see you. We don't mean you any harm." And she can reply back via a whisper.
Yeah, she'll whisper, "Are you a gollywog?"
Not the last time I checked. I'm a Ryil Dexcree. Nice to meet you.
She'll kind of like burrow down in the snow, and you'll see a flash of like steel as like a little knife appears.
So it might be dangerous to travel the roads alone. if you need some help, we'd be
Ryil,
more
who-
than happy.
Oh, hi.
Oh yeah, she's over there.
She'll like hunker down in the snow. Are you still kind of like messaging with her?
Yeah, I'm still using message.
She'll kind of like, there'll be a couple of swears like under her breath, and she'll
Sorry, I didn't realize you were messaging.
she'll look and just kind of like, well, I feel like Ryil is probably just standing there kind of messaging,
Yeah.
and she'll unless, did Tom Fogg send you?
He's just gonna say, like, not in the message, but just out loud to himself. Tom Fogg. Why do I feel like that rings a bell?
It's the Fog brothers. You know,
Shit, hold on. Where's my
from the earlier
Which
sessions.
one is the bad guy?
They're
the-
both bad
The
guys.
one was definitely worse because he killed or something. The two guys that were tortured horribly.
Both of
Very
them.
fucking sad.
Both of them were bad. Jack was the one who tortured the guys.
Hey chat.
Tom
They've been
Fogg
cracking
tried-
jokes at me all night long. Oh, our bad rolls. Oh, it's not like you're gonna have to do a thing with this session.
Tom Fogg was the one who tried to kill Staley, and Sepp Staley took him out. John Fogg was the one that was at the fighting pits.
Okay, so we're aware of Tom. We're aware of Tom Fogg.
Tom and
Tom Fogg.
John Fogg. 4
Tom,
points.
Tom Fogg's dead.
Tom's intercepting shipments.
I mean,
Oh.
I've got bad news for you though. Like,
Hold on. If you say Tom Fogg, I'm
Yeah.
like, the red things. He's doing something with the red things.
why don't you just come over here and talk? We mean you no harm.
Are you sure?
I swear it.
She'll stand up out of the snow.
Bird's gonna druid craft a little flower, an offering.
So sweet, I can't stand it.
And she'll move over to you. And I'll go ahead and show her to you now. And she'll move kind of slow and low. You know the name Tom. I'm Chris Vimic. He was supposed to send help. Are you the help we've been waiting for?
Probably not, but we can still lend a hand. I've got bad news about Tom Fogg. He's no longer. Well, he's just no longer. Sorry.
What help do you need?
There's no time. Come with me. We must hurry. They'll be back. They've been looking
but
for
we
us.
can maybe talk as we walk, right?
You'll. Come on. Yes, we'll reach the camp and everything will be fine.
Okay, what did I get us into? I'm sorry.
And you follow her. She moved. Go for Elliot.
Yeah,
Go for it,
yep.
Elliot.
Can we take a step back for a second
Mm-hmm.
so that Saint the player can understand exactly what's going on?
Yeah.
Tom Fogg is bad. This woman's waiting for help from Tom. We're pretending that we're on her side and going to her camp.
Mhm.
Yeah?
Yeah. We gotta see what kind of
We're
help they need.
Offering to help in place of.
If it's criminal help, we say no. If it's people actually in need of help, then we say yes.
Oh God,
Yeah.
you spoke to my lawful good. All right, good, fine.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man. I just
fine. No,
swore
it's
to.
good.
I just swore to tear.
It's good. I get it, man. It's all
All
good.
right. And we're actually going to use this opportunity to take a quick, 5-minute break before we come back. So chat, hang on. They're spouting out theories. I'd love to hear yours as we continue along this journey of self-discovery and just to have a good time. So we will
Gonna have a funky good time.
We'll be right back. When we left off, they had met a mysterious woman named Chris, who had implored upon them to speak with her, but later in the safety of a camp nearby. And she is in the process of leading them to that camp. Is there anything you guys want to do on the way there?
I'm continuing to draw Jocelyn in a notebook.
This is very good. I'm
This is
supportive of
canon what Nyx is actually doing as well.
Very good. Very good.
Elliot's keeping an eye on Chris to make sure this new person does not pose a threat. The second this new person poses a threat, Elliot will be attacking.
Roll me an insight check, Elliot.
Wonderful. Which die is not going to screw me this time? That is a 19.
This woman seems very capable. She seems exhausted. Her gear is well cared for, and you suspect that she is rather proficient with her weaponry. But when she looks back at you, you see hope in her eyes, just sharpened by desperation as they continue towards the camp.
After getting this vibe check, I will nod at Ryil.
Okay, new friends, helping people, keeping your word.
Oh,
Don't
I didn't
enforce
do that.
unjust
No.
laws.
There we go.
Alright.
There we go. That's what I wanted, and I actually want this. She leads you to a small encampment, and actually you have to pass through some brush and various items as she kind of ducks and dodges and leads you in to a camp where there are roughly, I don't know. Let me get a count really quickly to give you an idea. Let's see. "20-ish people milling about. They look, they've got winter clothes on. There's crates kind of spattered around. And Chris will look back at you and will kind of nod and say, if we can find my husband Graham, he should be able to just follow me, please. And granted, her token's not with you. Feel free to move your tokens further into camp. As you move through, you see a variety of people kind of out and about, and Chris walks across to a man with bright eyes and scars running all up his arms, and she'll kind of look at him and whisper in his ear and motion and turn, and the man will like follow her gaze back to you and eventually kind of come up. He'll put some fingers to his chest and flick them out in a strange motion. Nyx, you will recognize this as something that your grandmother used to do, and it's a sign of greeting. And he will say, welcome to our camp. My name is Graham Vimic. Are you here to help us?
Provided that help doesn't involve any sordid activity, absolutely.
What? Sordid? No. We're trying to reach safety.
Safety from what?
Well, from the cult.
Oh.
Chris will kind of stand next to Graham and look at you and they know Tom's name, but they said he didn't send them. And Graham will kind of look, his eyes alarm, and he'll turn and look at you. You know Tom. We've been waiting. He was supposed to send help months ago. The hills are swarming with enemies.
The weird crystal creatures?
Yes.
We fought those. They stole our friend.
They've
Oh, go ahead.
They've taken many of ours. You'll hear kind of bird from across the camp, like a little boy cheering, and like a sound of like a little girl clapping and like kind of rocking, and then like a cough.
Yep. Beeline.
Ryil, what you up to?
I have to confess, the Tom Fog that we know is a criminal, not the sort that would help a group of people in need of shelter.
There is a. What do you mean? And at this point, Stu will kind of like sidle up to Nyx and kind of look around. And for a reminder of what he looks like, just really quick, we're gonna show a picture.
This gonna start some shit in it.
Stuart. He will kind of come up around and like glance into the camp. And you'll hear like there will be some gasps as he kind of strides into the camp. And they're like, oh, they're here. They're finally here. Oh, gods, they're finally here. And like people will start milling about. And a man kind of will turn and look and say, oh, thank God. Oh, I didn't know how much longer we could hold out. And he will again do a sign of greeting, a hand gesture from his chest. And Graham will turn and look at you. You are the unseen as well?
As what was? Are you saying that Tom Fogg was an unseen?
Yes, that's how we knew to come to try and find the mirror in the sky.
Well, I think there's more to everything than we know or understand.
Yeah, I'm starting to get that sense.
We should talk at some point.
Yeah,
So are
I
you
think
here
we-
to help us? Were you sent? You said that something has Tom dead. Is what happened? We've been here for months, waiting for someone.
We're not sent here to help you. But as you are in need of help, it is our responsibility to help you. So we'll do just that.
Well, we're not really in a position.
Or I will. I can't speak for the rest of my group here.
I
But
will help.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. We've been trying to get into the mountains. There's a passage, but through the mirror in the sky, we were supposed to be able to find it, but we haven't been able to. We've been waiting. There were, well, actually, you should speak. You should speak with our leader. He'll be able to tell you more. Please, come in and we'll warm you by the fire. As you do, you'll see that there's this group of people. They are well entrenched in this small little area. There's fresh water that runs by. They pass and talk. They look tired and a bit thin, as if they've been trying to live sparsely off the land for some time. But overall, the demeanor of the camp is happy. There's a man whose leisure's nearby, kind of plucking at a lute, who raises his hand in greeting to you as you walk by. And I'll go ahead and show that to you now. There actually seems to be several people of musical talent, a lot of instruments kind of laying around. Nyx, as you walk through the camp, you recognize a lot of this as traditional hill folk items. That's kind of scattered, mixed in with various other cultural significances, but you are detecting there's a lot. Bird, we're going to go ahead and resolve you really quickly. You run up and you find kind of on this beach, for lack of a better term. There's a small dragonborn boy kind of running and twisting and dancing for the amusement of a small elfin girl. And she kind of laughs weakly and coughs like with her chest, and he'll kind of rush up to her to like make sure before like falling back in the snow and making angels and seemingly trying to like entertain her. And I'll go ahead and show you now. Here's the little dragonborn.
Come on.
Love him.
Jesus.
And the little girl will laugh, but as she laughs a little bit too hard, the cough will rise in her chest, and she'll kind of, her lungs will get tight. But she seems to be very pleased. And as you kind of approach, there's another dragonborn leading on a series of crates that's watching this amused. And as he sees you approaching, he'll kind of like start for a second, but seeing that you've seemingly just walked into camp will kind of be at ease, and kind of just watch you, right? With a nod.
Okay. I'll nod back at him, and I will next like trick that this little boy does. I'll make sure to clap for it, and just kind of walk up and kind of sit down in the snow as if I'm joining the audience.
They'll kind of look at you nervously, and Finn, who's standing off to the side, "It's all right, Kirwan. It's all right. You don't think Fleetwood would have let them in? Just like that? We've been keeping them at bay this whole time. You're all right." And Kirwan will kind of nervously look up, and Danny too, her bright blue eyes just staring at you nervously.
What kind of tricks do you know?
Well, it's mostly just doing flips. Do you want to see? Do you want to see my best one?
I want to see your best one.
He will kind of look over at Finn, who will nod, and Kirwan will deftly do like a little backflip and land on his feet, a little uncertain as his feet kind of slips in the snow. And Danny will go, "Oh, that's much better than last time."
Are you okay?
Oh, I'm sick. We've been here a long time. They say it's just the cold.
Damn.
Finn will walk
What
up to
you
you
just-
and kind of put a hand out. Hi. The name's Finn. Kneeling Finn. It's different than standing Finn. You get my meaning.
I don't, but I'm Bird.
Nice to meet you. Were you sent from the city to help us, or has help
No.
finally arrived?
A lady told me to come here.
Oh, a woman? Chris, maybe? Or God,
Well, her too.
it couldn't have been Becca.
I don't know who Becca is. It was a lady that sometimes I see.
That's very strange. All right. And he'll look at the two children and say, "Listen, it's almost time for dinner, so you best be getting along. Kirwan, help her up." And Kirwan will kind of help Danny kind of get up to her feet and start. And he'll look at you, Bird, and say, "Dinner's about to start. I don't. Bird, did you say your name?"
Yes. Mhm.
Right. It's nice to meet you. Don't worry about them too much. We've been here a long time, and Danny has a weak constitution. It's been a long journey.
How long has she been sick?
Not that long, a couple of weeks. We really do just think it's the cold. We've been waiting, you see, for help. We have a lot of fighters, not very many healers.
Do you have any books on healing?
Oh, no, no. Well, most of us are hill folk. We don't
Do
do
you
books.
have any stories about healing?
Oh, yes, many stories. I'm sure you'll hear some tonight if you sit by our fire.
Okay, I'll do that. But she's gonna just walk by. What was her name again? I already put away the thing. Danny. She's gonna walk by Danny. Be like, Danny, guess what?
Yes? What?
I found a golden egg. Well, really, my friend did, but I got to keep pieces of the shell.
A golden egg?
Do you know what hatched from it?
No.
Like a weird duck, frog, beaver, badger thing. But it acts like a cat.
That sounds strange.
It's very sweet. My friend has it. But would you like pieces of the shell? I have them saved. They're slowly turning bronze. And she'll pull them out and hand them to Danny. And as she touches her, she is going to cast Cure Wounds at 5th level.
Okay. Will you put that in the chat for me just so I can see what that does?
However, she is going to be attending these stories tonight about healing because she knows she can do magic, but she doesn't know many spells.
Yep. So I'll tell you, I see what you're going for. Mechanically, it will not heal her.
Okay.
Because it doesn't address, like, disease.
Right. And so mechanically, I can take spells that would handle that. But narratively, I would have no way of...
Yep. Totally fine.
So I'm definitely going to be attending these stories tonight to just try and be like, how do I learn more magic?
What's everybody else up to?
Elliot wanted to talk.
Elliot is trying to get everyone's attention to signal that we all need to talk together.
What's Ryil picks up on that signal, he's just gonna kind of walk over to Bird and to Nyx and the Bootstraps and go, let's parlay, let's have a meeting.
As you kind of like move off to the side, a short dwarven woman will kind of like be holding something up with a pair of pliers and kind of give you the side eye. Let's see. As you kind of move by and just kind of snort. Elliot, remind me your swords. We had, are they sheathed and like are?
There's two. So his longsword is on his left hip. In a traditional scabbard. His short sword is in a scabbard straight down his spine. But the scabbard would appear like relatively brand new, as if it's never used. Because usually when he draws a short sword, it's magically. And then he's got the two hatchets behind his back, like in the small of his back, crisscrossed at his waist.
Yeah, as you kind of move past
And the
gathering
bow.
Yep. She'll kind of see the swords and just kind of good craftsmanship as she kind of grumpily continues on.
Thanks.
So we all needed to talk.
Okay, so, and I would be doing this quietly enough that it's just a conversation for us, DM, whatever I need to do for that.
Yep, that's fine. I will actually go ahead, roll.
Oh God, please.
Stealth.
All of us?
I have been saving an advantage for this.
Roll it.
and I need it. What'd you say, stealth?
Yep,
22.
22. Everybody else go ahead. Bird, you got a 5. Which tracks? There's a sick kid in the camp.
Nyx is distracted.
Mm-hmm. Nyx, I think this would be pretty jarring for you. It has been a long time since you saw so many like comforts of home all in one place. As they like move about, you hear snippets of the language that your mother used or your grandmother used to sing to you as you slept. The hand gestures, the quiet way that they move, some of the customs, like it brings up memories of her, and I could see you being a little bit overwhelmed. But between all of you, statistically speaking, you're able to kind of go off to the side and average out in a way that you're okay.
So, Ryil, you want to open up that investigating agency, right?
Yes, very much so.
You know, I've been trying to put some things together on my own about some of the stuff I've got going on, and I think I might need to apply for a job once you get it open, because I think I made a breakthrough.
Oh, really? Well, I can always use the muscle. What do you got?
So, you and I had a conversation while the rest were off about Tom Fogg being one of the unseen.
Right.
Right? Did the rest of you know that? Okay. Are we classifying among our group right now that the unseen are the good guys or the bad guys?
Nyx, you might have some opinions about that.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you want to make that personal choice, then you're just going to be making an enemy out of me. But personal experience, they're good. We're good.
Right. Everyone else is in agreement?
Tom Fogg was a bad guy, though, right?
See, that's what I'm wondering.
Wasn't he?
What happened with this guy?
Used to be part of the poor boys, broke off, tried to kill son of Redford.
Well, way I'm figuring it, the unseen are the unseen because they have to play the role, whatever it is. I mean, you wouldn't expect a guy like Tom Fogg to be the unseen because, well, he's a guy like Tom Fogg, so it's a perfect cover. As for whether I regard the unseen as friend or foe, they haven't done anything to warrant being a foe, and well, they haven't been exactly forthcoming with information, but then again, I don't think they have the information that we're looking for.
Right. So, Staley's theirs. Right? So we're getting to here.
Say again?
Staley's the ass.
The ass?
Yeah, shitty fella. Bad
Right.
guy.
He's confusing.
I'm pretty sure he is.
Fucking helm shield.
Maybe that magic trying to get me to kill him was the gods.
And I'm not gonna lie, I think we would have had a better outcome here if you would have succeeded.
I don't think I would have liked that very much. I
No,
thought he
you-
was a good guy at the time.
So the unseen are connected to Azuth a little bit, yeah? Am I right in that or no?
I'd say more than a little bit.
Right. And we are on Azuth's side, or at least we seem to have been partially aligned with Azuth. And the weave is breaking down because the ley lines are being destabilized, right? We experienced that out in the wastes. And they said that, you know, the stabilizer thing was broken and gods are in paintings, and then they're disappeared. And then we came back, we were at that fort and it had just been attacked, right? What attacked the fort?
The
Dragon.
dragon.
What dragon?
Fucking pop quiz.
The black dragon that doesn't shoot acid.
It had a name.
Says
Valdry?
Aldry. That's it. That's what I was gonna say.
And Nix, didn't you say something about a chosen one that came back, the only one to survive?
Valdry disappeared and then Staley came 10 years later.
Yeah.
That Valdry was a chosen one,
Uh-huh.
only one to survive. Came back, broken, bloodied, blackened, then disappeared.
Also out of character, it's like, that's why Valdry sounded familiar. I forgot
then-
the dragon's name.
And then disappeared.
Yeah.
10 years later, Staley emerged.
Mm-hmm.
As in, something might have happened to one of the chosen and got broken. And now the
One of-
chosen is working against the weave.
One of us went bad.
It's what it seems like.
Well, there's bad gods, though.
So I'm just looking at all of the things that have been pushing us to fight for Staley and fight for what that side's doing. And then we've got these people. We've got the Unseen, and we've got Azuth. And have we been fighting for the right side?
Yeah, of course we have. And fighting for us.
I trust Azuth.
As to our past, I can't be certain that we have been on the correct side. But what I do know for sure that there are children that are sick here and hungry here, so we have to help them.
I agree. I just wanted us to all be on the same page that
We're not the fucking baddies.
The little girl is sick.
We for sure will be much more discerning with who we ally ourselves with.
Staley ends up being behind this, and Staley is Valdry, and Valdry is one of the chosen one that fell from before, and we're the new chosen ones. I'm just disappointed that we didn't know it when we saw him. That's all. That's all I wanted to share.
I hope that's not Valdry.
Well,
Any particular reason why, Nix?
I don't.
Now's not the time to be withholding.
No, I know. I've been looking for him for a really long time, since he went missing. Been trying to figure out what went wrong with him. I
Idle
care
curiosity or something more personal?
personal. So it'd be really bad if that's what it ended up happening, but God, who knows?
Buck will reassuringly bump his head up against your hand and rub on your leg.
Thanks, buddy.
Bird's gonna come over and offer Mr. Bun Bun.
Mr. Bun Bun. What's Mr. Bun Bun?
don't touch it.
Go ahead and post it.
Mr.
in-
Bun Bun, yeah, Mr. Bun Bun is Bun Bun of Soothing. It's a tattered looking stuffed rabbit toy, which seems to be forever on the verge of falling to pieces. Playing with Mr. Bun Bun as an action, cast a spell, Calm Emotions.
That's the cutest thing. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Nyx will just kind of, very, very gently hold it. Just very close to Bird, like as if any great distance between the two will cause destruction of this poor little bun bun. That's really nice.
Feel better.
Thank you.
And you legit will feel calmer and better all around.
I mean, I do already. This is great. You can have him back. I love him though. He's adorable.
As you guys are, is there anything else you guys are trying to discuss? I don't want to cut you off. This is some good. This is some theorying.
In fact, Bird actually keeps like looking outside of this little huddle, just like she's very much just focused on Danny.
Gotcha. Elliot and Ryil, you'll notice kind of as you're discussing, eventually from the camp, removing some leather gloves from his hands, a tall, dark tabaxi will approach, moving silently, and will get up to you and say, "Hi. The Vimix tell me that you're here to help us. My name is Fleetwood." And he will flip out some fingers off of his chest in greeting. "It seems you have many things to discuss, and many things to tell us of what has happened."
Yes, our main priority is to make sure that we get your people to safety, and where the food is plentiful and the weather a little less demanding.
Thank you. You honor me and my people. We've been trapped here. We came here for safety, to return to our home, to be safe. And we've been stuck, for lack of a better term, but we've been unable to find the entrance to the mirror in the sky.
What can you tell us about the mirror in the sky?
Only what I was told by Tom himself. He told us that there was a place that we'd be safe, with a giant who sees all. We sing of him in our songs. Denver. He is amongst some of our greatest heroes. But we are not members of the unseen, and therefore cannot enter in to his fortress. We decided to wait. There were two young gnome men. They were supposed to meet with us, with guidance on where to go. They've not come. We were meant to be sent somewhere else, in a caravan of refugees. We've been tracked. The cult found us here, and I'm afraid that soon they will find this place, and we will no longer be safe.
We have a member of the unseen, so we should have no difficulty finding this mirror in the sky.
I appreciate. Please come and sit at our fire and enjoy our meals. We are grateful to you.
Have I heard of anything involving mirror in the sky? Does that ring a bell at all?
Go ahead and roll like an Arcana or something. Arcana or History, I'll let you choose.
Oh, blast it.
Nope, it's unfamiliar. The party will gather around, everyone kind of nodding to Fleetwood as he passes through. Nyx, you'll recognize that he is clearly the leader of this particular group of hillfolk, and that he moves, like he checks on everyone as he goes by. He stops at Danny, and you hear kind of a low murmur of him asking her, "And what would you like to hear tonight, my darling?" And she'll grin, and she says, like, get kind of overly excited, "The Ballad of the Golden Queen!" And he'll nod and turn to you and say, "Help yourselves to dinner. We will be beginning the story soon." as
Bird
is our
is eating
custom.
her own rations and not touching these people's food. She doesn't want to take away anything from what they have.
You will be brought food regardless. It's small and meager, and they will offer it to you on like little tiny portions.
And get it into the children's hands somehow, like just shove it onto their plates or into their bowls.
Kirwan will kind of get a little huffy as you like try, unless you're going to actually try to sleight of hand it. I'll allow it.
Yeah.
You are successful in getting this food onto these children's plates.
I know. Tricky. I could also probably get them to eat broccoli if I really wanted.
As you sit, people kind of come in and there's like a sharing of food. They build up the fire high, and they begin to tell stories around the fire. Eventually, Chris will kind of drift over next to you and kind of act as an interpreter, because they speak in a language that none of you are familiar with, the language of the hills. There's the story of the Lady of Fire who went into the mountains to slay a great dragon, and their battle was so fierce and her gift so strong that it melted the mountains into the hills in which they now live. Nyx, you'll remember this with some fondness, though you do think that they goofed up the part about Talat, the Red Queen's horse. You don't think it gave him the right kind of personality, really. They will continue on, and eventually Fleetwood will move to the center and look at Danny with a wink, and kind of turn to Chris and say, "We have a special request this evening, madame," with like a low bow and a soft purr. And Chris will rise and look at Danny, put her hands on her hips. Again? And Danny will nod. Very well. And she will begin to sing with a beautiful voice in Hill Folk. And Fleetwood will kind of move over. The melody is haunting, just gorgeous beyond reason as she goes, and there you'll see people kind of get up and begin to dance along to the music, and Danny will kind of softly sing the words in Hillfolk along. Fleetwood will kind of look at you all and ask, "Would you like to know? Or is the music enough?"
I mean,
Like
yes.
to know. Yeah.
Keep going, please.
It's the Ballad of the Golden Queen, last of the hills. She fought against the Southerners, the monstrous beasts who were twisted and tainted, letting their magics, their gifts, warp their bodies and minds. Said she walked amongst the gods themselves, learning their ways. A necklace of silver that whispered new magics to her. It's beautiful. The Ballad of Rhiannon. Hey, Bird. You roll me a perception check. You kind of zone out as he's talking, listening to this music and hearing the words, and so like you can feel the stories around you. And you kind of look into the fire and get lost in the moment, and within the fire, a face appears, and then slowly a figure, tall, broad-shouldered figure with a pale face. And when the face fully comes into focus, she smiles, but it's not really a smile so much as it's a grin of wry affection of like an elder sister. And she'll shake her head, and it's like the flames themselves are her hair snapping in yellow as they move around her face. And she'll reach out a left hand to you, offering. As you reach out to take it, she'll kind of smile and look like there's a laugh. And a gust of wind will rise up and like flutter the flames, and they'll disappear. Each and every person in this camp saw this. They have stopped playing music as they stare and look at you, Bird, in utter awe.
Your song does really cool magic.
You'll hear Danny behind you. Are you? You're here to save us, aren't you?
Well, I came here to help.
Nyx, as you saw in the flames, that figure, you definitely recognized it.
I think maybe that's what you were waiting for, Bird.
Was that my god? I thought it was from the song.
Oh, maybe. But it's a good sign.
What god is it? That didn't look like a Zooth.
No, that is not a Zooth. Fleetwood will laugh, kind of like a slow, chuckle. No. He would descend from the mountains from time to time to visit us, but no. Rhiannon was one of his blessed.
And she's a god? What's she a god of?
No. No god.
Oh.
Bert, I didn't see Tyr at first. I saw Vala. Who was a follower of Tyr. I think you're being brought in by a follower of the Zoo.
Oh. So it is a Zooth then.
Seems to be that way.
That's good. I like a Zooth.
The camp is just silent. They've essentially seen a figure from lore, and this unassuming half-elf woman just sitting there excitedly shrugging, as if this is perfectly acceptable.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I'll do druidcraft to help out stories and songs. I thought you guys were doing the same thing.
It's kind of a big deal.
She was very pretty.
She is one of the last of the queens of the hills. You must be very special for her to have found you and shown herself. This is a good sign. And if you look around, there are several people who are openly crying in relief.
Does this mean that we can get you help? And she's just gonna very much glance, but try not to glance at Danny.
I think so. I think you can take us to safety.
I don't know where to go.
Maybe you can...
I will pray. Right? And she's gonna look at her party. Yeah, okay.
Ryil's gonna nod and join in praying.
Bird, you may roll with advantage if Ryil is assisting you. Is
Okay.
anyone else assisting?
Am I doing Arcana or Religion?
Elliot would too.
So I'm gonna have each of you roll religion. Bird, roll with advantage.
Oh, come on. I gave her the sending stone.
Jesus.
19 for me.
I would kill for an advantage.
9 for Elliot.
12
Alright.
for Ryil.
Bird.
She's actually she's gonna take out the cord of the sending stone and like loop the frog brooch onto it and then retie it so she's got both there for
Mhm.
easy access for praying.
You pray. What's your prayer sound like?
She really needs to be warm and have food, and the littler one probably will need it soon too. So if you could show us the way, that would be great, because I don't know where to go.
You'll feel a soft hand on your shoulder, and you'll turn to see that there's no one there. And in your mind's eye, you'll see glacial cliffs shimmering in the sun. And you'll see a hand that you recognize as your own holding out a lantern. One that you recognize but haven't seen in a while. And you'll watch as the ice cliffs waver and disappear. And then the hand's weight will kind of lift off your shoulder. And your vision will return as you
Does
can see it.
anyone know where the cliffs are? Big, shiny cliffs.
There are many, but yes, there's some not too far from here.
We should go there.
Now?
Yes.
They'll kind of look around, and Fleetwood will just nod, and they will disperse, and the camp will effectively be just broken down in an insanely efficient manner. Elliot, you have military service.
Mhm.
This is the kind of stuff that you had never thought was possible. Like how they're packing it in storage, it seems like magic itself. But as you watch, it's truly just, they know exactly the efficiency in which they move. It's clear that these people are accustomed to moving and traveling quite often.
I'm gonna walk over to Bootstrap and be like, Bootstrap, I need your help carrying something.
What is it?
And she's gonna grab your hand and walk over to the kids. Danny,
Where?
I was wondering if Bootstrap could give you a piggyback through the snow.
I'm
And
sorry, what am I giving her?
And she's just gonna look at you and do this kind of look. And I will give Erwin, I will give you a piggyback. So you don't have to walk in the snow. Right, Bootstrap?
Danny will actually kind of peer around both of you to where your
Fun with
horses
the
are.
Weird duck thing.
And she'll nod and go and just look again around at the horses, her eyes like alight as she sees them, and she'll look at the horses and look at you.
No, I forgot about the horses.
Can I pet them?
You can ride them.
Are you serious?
I know
Okay.
Samantha could carry you, no problem.
No.
I'm sure Bootstrap is willing.
No, that
to
one. She's
let
pointing at
you ride
Ryil.
his horse.
Pointing to Ryil, Elliot's horse. It looks just like Talat. I just know it.
Oh.
I'm assuming I see this.
Mm-hmm. With your passive,
Oh.
hell yeah. You see a little girl freaking out at the opportunity to ride a horse like her fucking favorite hero.
Is the camp ready to go?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Like the amount of time like with the shifting and going by, They don't really
So-
talk to you as they go. They want to get the fuck out.
Elliot, mounted on his horse, will put a hand out to help the little one up.
They will kind of mount up, and Kirwan will kind of like look at you confused as you mount your horse, as if like he's not really sure. Like, that seems like a weird way to mount a horse, but okay, and kind of like help Danny up. And Chris and Graham will kind of come over and see the little girls on the horse, and smile. Graham will look at you and say, "Did you train it yourself?"
No, she was a gift.
They are beautiful.
Yeah, they're all from the same stock, or the same farm. I'm sorry, I don't know what it's called. When
They seem well-mannered, though. He'll kind of nod in Melissa's direction. That one seems like perhaps it has a bit of opinions about things.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bootstrap is walking over and like is gonna put a leg up and then Melissa will sidle away a little bit. Oi! And he'll pull around and just stare off for a little while.
Graham, seeing this, will whistle in a particular way that Melissa's ears will like turn and look. Like, she'll like look at him, like immediate attention. And he'll gesture with his hands, and she'll immediately like relax and just stand at the ready. And Graham will say, "Ah, well-trained horses."
You look at Graham, look at her. Fine then. Mount up. That's why I take boats. Boats don't have fucking opinions.
So I guess
And-
no one wanted a ride on the fastest horse. You just see Ryil salty ride on his own horse. Fuck these kids.
It's amazing. They break down camp, and it's getting late, like the sun is setting, and they lead you up to some icy cliffs. For the sake of expediency, I'm not moving all of their tokens. You can't make me. But eventually you make it. They lead you up to a cliff's edge, where these massive icy towers kind of like almost into the sky, an impossible height. There's massive cracks next to it that you're able to pick along. And Bird, it looks like exactly from your vision.
I'm gonna hop down and go over. And I am going to pull out my lantern
You pull it
and lift the little hood on it and just kind of shine it out. Like I'm trying to reveal whatever.
It takes you a while, but as you kind of like walk around, they are kind of nervously like shifting, kind of like they're, this weird elfin girl came to their camp. Their fucking queen showed up to her in the fire, and then she said, "I know the way for the place that you've been trying to go for several months." And she's waving around a weird lantern at a cliff, and it's kind of like a whole bunch. But they try to be patient. And sure enough, as you kind of pass over, there's part of the cliff disappears, revealing what looks like to be a long, deep tunnel.
I think this is the way.
Very good. Well done.
I shall tuck away the lantern.
Wow, that was way easier than I thought it was going to be. Thank you for having that cool ass thing.
Yeah.
As you are saying this, Bird is gonna just and then like kind of run up to you and no, don't you know the rules? You never go to a picnic and say, "Thank goodness it isn't raining."
Oh. Ryil, you're the
Yes?
first to hear the sound of approaching footsteps and low growls. Something is coming.
I immediately get off Alice and knock an arrow and tell everybody, get ready.
Elliot,
Ready.
you are the second to hear it.
Yep. Elliot draws his bow as well in one fluid motion.
Hey, DM.
Yep.
I am going to use hidden paths to teleport Danny and Kieran down that tunnel.
Okay. There's around 20 refugees that need
I'm
to get
getting
down
the,
these.
I'm
Okay.
getting the kids first. Everyone else is an adult. They can fight for themselves.
Okay. You, as you kind of throw up the alarm, Ryil, you've got your arrow pointed. Confidently striding through the snow comes several figures.
A magnanimous dispensation.
Let's see. Let me get to the right level. A woman shrouded in black, flanked by 4 wild mages, growling and snapping their teeth. She kind of comes up to you to the edge and looks. Oh, nope, not that guy. Undo.
What the fuck?
That's
This is about to
fine.
be
Ignore that. Don't
Very
look at that.
interesting.
We're gonna play
Everything's
pretend.
fine.
Why would you
Everything's
leave me?
fine. Everything's fine. Shh.
Things are great.
My reveal's fine. Everything's fine.
Oh, I'm scared.
God damn it, sir.
I'm really annoyed that I did that, but it is what it is, so we're gonna keep rolling through.
My britches have been shit.
I'm gonna ask it its name when it comes out.
The figure strides through the misty air, a wicked blade scraping at the ice at her feet. A low, gravelly chuckle emanates from her chest, and dark eyes flashing behind a snug mask devoid of any features. A raven croaks on her shoulder, eyeing the party with malice, and the figure's chuckle raises into a laugh as she points the blade at you. Oh, I was so hoping you would show me the way. These poor ingrates have been rather clever at hiding, but not so clever in showing us exactly where we needed to go. You have my gratitude.
They always monologue. And can I let loose the arrow?
Same.
You can go ahead and roll to hit.
God.
This is definitely like in tandem, both arrows going like at the exact same time.
It's just like they always flirb in monologue. All right, here we go. Oh, what the hell is that?
14.
Okay, yeah, 14.
Neither of those will hit. 14 and 14, is that what you said?
Yeah, I think so. It just rolled like everything. I don't know.
It rolled so many things.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
14.
the
14 will not hit.
Is this a
Okay.
legitimate turn for both of us?
We're going to narratively allow it.
Wonderful. Elliot's knocking another arrow.
Okay. You attempt to hit those arrows fly. Bootstrap, Nyx, Bird, what are you doing in this moment? Because we're procking some shit.
Listen, I am teleporting those kids down the tunnel.
Okay.
At this point, I'm trying to decide, do I know who their parents are?
You can ascertain that Danny belongs to Chris and Graham. Kirwan seems tied to Finn.
Of those 3 people, who seems most capable of defending them?
They all seem, as far as Bird's concerned, they are all perfectly adequate. Keep in mind, they've been in these hills for months.
Who is closest to me?
Finn.
Okay, I'm gonna go up to Finn and say, protect them, get them down the tunnel, and I'm gonna bop him too, teleport him down with them.
Okay. You're just
And,
kind of ushering folks.
Like, dude, like a parent is with them. No matter what, that parent's gonna make sure they survive. I've gotten them as far away as they can. Now I've got to stay here and try and block.
Fair enough. We're gonna address this really quick, and then we'll transition to what we need to do. Waterman will kind of watch as the arrows kind of fly by her, unfazed, and that same just overly pleased, bloodthirsty laugh will rip from her chest. Oh, I was certainly hoping you would make it worth my time. I also have a friend. I hope you don't mind. He's a little late, but he should be here soon. I need y'all to roll initiative.
Do we get that second shot off? Just
Not
Because
at.
if it was a turn, then we get 2 actions and 2 attacks. Come on.
No, give me that initiative, friends.
Come on.
Oh man.
okay. There we go. 25.
I need to go.
Elliot's a 15.
Is that you I hear growling at?
No.
Okay, I thought I heard somebody going.
Okay,
probably me.
Ryil, what are you?
25.
25. Bootstrap.
8. He is carefully placing.
Bird.
23.
Elliot.
15.
Nyx.
5.
Oh, if it makes any difference, my arrow shot wasn't a 14; it was a 15.
Let's see. Why are my monsters not
Sir,
going?
you stow those teeth. You save them for more important things.
Yeah, where's Jocelyn? Oh no.
That's why I'm going last and rolled a nat 1. Bootstrap is carefully tying Jocelyn onto his horse and smacking Melissa to get her through there.
What is going on?
The one time we need you to be the murderous Bootstrap we know and love, you decide to be a caring father.
We have had 2 full sessions of no combat.
Stand by.
DM,
Why
can
is
I
this?
ask that we
You
take a quick
realize.
break before we
Yes,
start fighting?
yes, we can, because I need to get the
Awesome.
initiative sorted. So we're gonna do that really quick. Hang tight. Let's fuck some shit up, fam.
Yeah.
Ryil, you're up.
Yeah, I am. All right, so let's go ahead and take another shot at this arrow thing. Does
Uh-huh.
a 17 hit?
A 17 will hit. You're aiming at Waterman.
Yep.
Go for it.
Okay. So now it's not doing all nice. Ain't that swell? Oh, wait, here we go. Actually, there it is. That's how we do that. All right. So 23 damage total.
All right.
That's for the first shot. I only get 1 shot because I forgot I'm the rogue that sucks. So I am going to, after I take that shot, I'm gonna tell Elliot, wind's moving about 5 miles per hour to the right, adjust as necessary. And that's gonna give you advantage on your next attack. You
Bird.
know I love you, boo.
Is that everything, Ryil?
That's my action and my bonus action.
All right. Bird, you're up.
Can Mask Lady, as I reach down and bonus action pick up magic stones,
Mhm.
Mask Lady roll a wisdom save for me?
She absolutely can. Let's see. 20.
Jeez.
What save was that?
Wisdom.
Yep,
Wisdom.
good.
Okay. 'Cause, Bird's gonna call out red light, but obviously, the arcane anchor spell will not work because she saves. And that sucks. Okay. But I am gonna pick up magic stones and imbue them.
Okay. Bonus action. All right. Sick. Elliot, I believe it is now your turn.
It is my turn. Yay. So I'm gonna let loose that arrow
Okay. Go for it.
at advantage. Hey, now I'm rolling much better than I was before. That's a dirty 20
That'll hit.
with my d8s for the damage. So that is 5 points of piercing damage.
Is your bow magical?
It is not, and that's why I didn't do anything else. Didn't put a little extra sauce on it. Elliot is.
What's the total damage again? Sorry.
It is 5.
Okay.
So, Elliot, seeing this arrow sink into its target, and probably not sinking as far as he wanted to, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
He
Yep.
going to start walking in front of the group. Where on this map are the remainder of the refugees that need to get into the cave?
They're kind of like once these kind of figures came up, they've moved along the wall. Thank you, Doss. That's so sweet.
Yes.
Thank you for the bits. Up against the wall. They're moving as fast as they can to try and get in. They're the different folks you've seen, whether it's Chris or Graham or Fleetwood. They have their weapons at the ready to protect, but are trying to watch and see. Like, seemingly, you have the enemies outnumbered, so they're focusing on getting their people through.
Perfect. So I'm going to cross over Bootstrap, giving him a little tactical tap to say that I'm going to have the other side, and cross over 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and make my way over to this side of battle.
Okay.
Activating
evasive footwork. There you go. What's your new AC?
Dice. That is the wrong dice because it's D10s now. Hold on. Well, that was a +8, so my new AC, man,
It's very high.
is 24.
Sick. All right. Is that the end of your turn?
We're gonna go, yeah.
All right. Oh, my combat tracker just bit the dust. Why is this happening to me? I'm a nice person.
It's on the wild mage turn, from what I can see.
Yes. And I'm annoyed that it's happening in this fashion. Is it going to replace your guys' shit? I would rather it didn't, because I don't know at this point. So we're just going to... We'll just work with it. Okay, so let's see. We've got... He's up. He's going to jam out to this music. And he's going to bolt forward. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Right at Elliot. And he is going to then do some dope shit. We're going to roll this. Oh, man. Fine. He's going to try and bite at you, Elliot, but is going to be unable to as he just kind of harmlessly scrapes across your armor in his zealousness.
I roll my sleeve up in defiance of him.
Gotcha. The blue one's going to also kind of take off in that same direction. Coming for you, bird. Let's roll this. Okay, I like that. So first one is going to miss. No, wait, maybe. No, sorry. I read this wrong. Does a 14 hit?
Beat it, yep.
And a 23 also hit. So you take 4 piercing damage and then an additional 9 piercing damage. And then I'm going to need a Constitution saving throw, please.
Nice.
Oh, thank God.
Yep, you make the save. Sick. Green is going to... Let me double check this. We're going to close this tab because it makes me sad. Let's see. Yep, okay. We're going to measure this out, make sure. Oh, yeah, baby. Green is going to fly through the air and get all up in your face, Bootstrap. Because you done attacked its pretty lady friend.
I didn't do anything, but still.
You didn't do anything yet.
I'm about to.
A 16 to hit?
Nope. I don't even register that as attack.
Okay, perfect. It is now your turn.
Perfect. As that thing kind of swipes through the back of Bootstrap's coat, he's gonna finish and smack Melissa to get through the tunnel, and he's just gonna turn to face this thing, draw his long sword and short sword.
Do you know how long it's fucking been since I had a proper go at it?
And he's gonna bonus action rage as the revealed ink begins to bleed through the rest of his skin.
Hey, Bootstrap,
Yee.
make me a Constitution save.
I don't like you right now.
What? No, you didn't.
17.
You successfully make it, but as you rage and those tattoos swirl, you see a dark face, and somehow you can feel it smiling, and you hear a voice in your mind that seems to come from the deepest black.
Soon, William.
No.
The fuck?
Yeah. Welcome to the party.
Some of us have heard that voice before.
Speaking of the party,
I am going to tear this thing apart. As I'll strike out first with the longsword,
Go for it.
which will be a 13.
Okay.
I'm guessing that doesn't hit.
It does not.
Okay. Second attack will, for my turn, will be with the short sword, which is a 27 to hit.
That will hit.
Ooh, this is gonna hurt then. That is going to be 12 plus 4 necrotic. This is all magical, by the way, so
Okay.
16 total.
Okay.
Plus my sneak attack, which is going to be super low. 20 damage total.
28 total?
20.
20, okay.
And bonus action was used for rage, so we're good.
All right. That leaves Orange, who is going to run up at you, Nyx. Let's go ahead and see what the hell they gonna do. Probably some dope shit. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
No.
I'm afraid.
Does a 10 hit?
No.
What about a 20?
You know, it does. It's funny you say that. but
Go
yes.
ahead and take 5 piercing damage, and I need a con save, please.
We need more incense.
How do Ranger's magic work?
13.
I'm scared.
You save as this thing kind of bites into you and tries to rip at your arm. It is now Waterman's turn, who takes that blade and is kind of dragging it along the ice, laughing. She just thinks this is pretty frickin' great. Oh, let's have my girl do some dope shit. She's going to run forward. Yes. At Ryil, because you're the one that were able to land an arrow. And she's going to bring her blade down at you. Let's see, we'll roll this. 22 to hit.
22 to hit. That is going to, no matter what I do, that's gonna hit. Hold on, let me see. Let me check my reactions. Yeah, that's gonna hit. I'll take
All
it.
right. And she is going to spend a superiority die.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go ahead and roll that. Let's see. Let me read this really quick. I need you to make me a strength saving throw, please.
That's not good.
Yeah, I rolled a 5.
Oh,
Yep.
beans.
You're gonna take 14 slashing damage as she raises that sword up, catching your bow and disarming you. And it kind of flips through the air.
I am going to use Uncanny Dodge and only take half of that.
Okay. She's gonna swing at you again, my dude.
Oh, wait.
10 doesn't hit, does it?
No, it does not.
Okay, sick. and she's just grinning, and she'll kind of sing out, "Oh, I do hope he shows up soon. He's gonna miss the fun." Nyx, it is your turn.
Super cool. All of my plans went out the window. Cool.
Yeah, that's how it be sometimes.
Indeed it does. I would like to, as a bonus action, cast Hunter's Mark on Waterman Friend here.
Okay.
Cool. We'll
Do the
say I
thing.
have cast that. Cool. 3 extra damage if and when I do actually hit it with something.
Okay.
Nyx is gonna kind of like hunker down a little bit, and you'll see her pull a dagger out from like the side of her belt, and she'll just make like a really quick swiping action at Waterman directly.
Okay.
16 to hit.
Ooh. Let me double check. Yes, that will hit.
Cool. Okay. Well, it's only 5 piercing damage, but technically it's also an additional 3 because of the Hunter's Mark potential.
Is your dagger, is it magical, your dagger?
It's just a dagger.
Okay. Awesome. So you go to hit, and that's like you know that you should be hitting, but it's like her armor kind of like raises up a little bit. What's your passive perception? Just out of curiosity.
12.
Her armor is very shiny.
Okay.
All right, Ryil, it is now your turn.
So as the bow gets knocked out of his hands, he does the uncanny dodge. He does like a tumble, and he says a few words of arcane power, and he digs his hand into the snow where his shadow is, and he pulls out a scimitar made of shadow.
That's
shadow
fucking
blade.
sick.
Mm.
I'm
I'll
so
put that
pleased.
in. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong thing. So with Shadow Blade, because this first time he's using that spell, he's doing it as a bonus action.
Okay,
Counts
so
as a simple melee weapon.
2d8 psychic on a hit.
So I have to hit.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna swing with my regular short sword. 25.
That'll hit.
All right, so it's gonna be the 2d8 damage plus my sneak attack damage.
Elliot, you have your hand up.
It's nighttime, isn't it?
It is. It's the sun is setting.
Yeah.
It's getting dark.
Why don't you try and roll that again with advantage? Because you
You
get
want-
it.
You want to try to get that crit?
Oh shit! I didn't know. I didn't read that part. So I didn't get the advantage, but I appreciate you. Let's do that 2d8. That young 2d8 damage. Shadow Blade. So that's 9 plus my 46. So that'll be 21.
21. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
great. Is that everything?
That's all he can do. Yeah.
Okay, Bird, you are up. The townsfolk behind you are still kind of like going through. Stu is kind of at the entrance trying to like also help as like usher them through. He's also looking up, like as you kind of like turn back to see the reflections of all of you like in the ice that are like pristine, and he's eyeing up on the cliffs and seems to be doing some math himself. What do you do?
There's nothing I can say to him that I feel like also won't give away whatever's happening with him.
Mm-hmm.
So I am going to just throw my stones at this mange in front of me,
Okay.
if it'll let me. Okay.
That will not hit.
Okay, and then I'm going to just whisper into my staff, Studio,
Okay.
so that we get a giant constrictor snake.
Let's find my snake boys. They's in here somewhere. Snake. There you go. Let me make sure.
Does it just go after me in initiative?
Yes, it does. Controlled by bird.
So a 23 to hit the mange in front of me.
That will hit.
And it's a 13 bludgeoning damage, and the target is grappled and therefore restrained until it
Yes.
can escape.
And how much damage again? Sorry.
13 bludgeoning.
13. Thank you. All right, and it's restrained, correct?
Yep, grappled and restrained.
Okie-dokie. I like this one. Is that everything?
That's it for her.
All right, Elliot, you're up.
Elliot would like to reposition himself right here.
Okay.
Does he provoke an attack?
You're not moving out of the
stay
range of
within-
anybody, so I feel like you're. Blue was attacking bird.
Mhm.
So I feel like you're okay, and is grappled and restrained. You're good.
Cool. So that is my movement to maintain my maneuver or my evasive footwork. I am going to take my arm like I'm going to punch the other fighter that is in front of me right now to hit. And at the last second, I'm going to whiff because I hit a 4
Yeah,
plus,
it's not gonna do it.
plus a number that doesn't equal 16. Seeing that I'm not going to hit, though, I would not summon the sword.
Okay.
And I'd like to continue it around to attack red
Okay.
with my second attack.
Okay.
You're going to dice jail.
What's the
You
number?
Put it in the prison.
Oh,
That's why we
cool.
have
That's
literally
cool.
in the jail.
14.
14 on the mange. That'll hit.
Yeah. I thought they had 15. Okay. Awesome. I'll take that. So that is 5 plus 5 plus 2 is 12 points of piercing damage from my short sword as it summons into my hand, slicing right into the mange.
12. Got it. Awesome. You cut into this thing and it kind of cries out and crystal like shatters onto the ice and like falls kind of like tinkling into the cracks beneath your feet. Stuart is kind of at the gap in the wall, kind of ushering them through. And he's going to call out, I have an idea, but you're going to need to run. Let's see. It is now my turn. Let's fucking go. Blue is going to try and get out of this grapple. Oh, come on, man. Why are you doing this? D&D Beyond? I just need to look at my cool monsters. Can I just look at my cool monsters, please? Thank you. Strength contest. Ah, shit. What's the snake's? To get out of the grapple, Luca? 10?
You're muted.
16.
Yeah, no, he is unsuccessful. Let's see. So he's, I think, like just gonna be struggling with this snake on him, because that's how it be sometimes. Red is going to come at you, Elliot. Oh yeah, baby. Let's see. And not hit. God damn it, monsters. Do better.
Did he miss?
Yes, twice.
I'd like to take a swipe at him. One of those times. With a D10 added to the attack roll. Because it's riposte.
Do it.
Nat 20 plus 8.
Hell yeah. Roll that damage.
Fuck you plus some more.
Finally, if I can get one. Jesus. Oh, sorry. It's a nat 20, but the plus 8 is supposed to go to damage. My fault. Sorry, I thought it was supposed to go to the other one. So that dice, we're gonna keep you right there for now. That's a good one. So
You ever take a shot, forget you took it, and start feeling loose? Like, what happened? And then you
Yep.
look, you're like, oh.
What did I do?
so that's 4, 5, plus 8 is 13, plus 5 is 22. No, plus is 18, plus 2 is 20. 20 points of damage.
Awesome. And as you do, a huge chunk off of its shoulder just falls and it screams out. You can hear a human scream under the crackling energy as the lightning kind of dances across this thing.
Elliot screams back in its face.
Let's see.
Oh, we have a whole ass Pokemon we're not using right now.
Right. It is.
Excuse me.
We got a whole ass Pikachu.
He's not wrong.
Jocelyn is safe.
Oh, fuck yeah. Let's go, bro. Oh,
amazing.
I am so pleased.
I'm
Okay.
I don't like when you're happy, Sarah.
Oh,
Stop it.
I'm
Don't
so
even.
happy. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. One more. Yeah. Ooh. Bootstrap.
Mm-hmm.
A 20?
That will hit.
A 24?
God
That'll
damn.
do it.
Yeah, the other two don't, which is unfortunate. So you're going to take 15 piercing damage. And I'm going to need some con saves. Just roll me one.
Sure thing. That is gonna be a 10.
As this creature bites down into you, you feel like that kind of energy that you felt before as it kind of ripples through your arm again, and you actually feel where you were bit the first time.
Can I use my advantage?
Sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 20.
Okay, thank God, dude, because that was going to get weird.
Yep, thank you, unidentified god object.
It is now your turn.
Cool. I would like to retort with a well-balanced argument of long sword right to the face.
Let's go.
That's gonna be a 19 to hit.
That'll hit.
All right, excellent. Good to hear. He can take a hearty 15 slashing from a magical weapon plus 5 necrotic, so 20 damage in the first hit.
Okay.
Then is going to swing that short sword at him. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong roll. Should not be rolling damage yet. That's a bit presumptuous. 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
Excellent news. That is going to be 12 plus the sneak attack, which is going to be I can do math real good in my brain. 16 damage total.
16.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This
How's he
thing's
looking?
he's looking pretty rough, but still up. You're seeing the electricity kind of crackle in between larger gaps in its crystalline form.
Cool. It's going to take a bonus action attack again from the short sword.
Okay.
That's going to be a 29 to hit.
That'll hit.
All right. Then you can take an additional 11 damage.
All right.
Magic.
I need you, Buck, Nyx, and Elliot to all make me dex saves, please.
All right. I forgot they blew up.
26.
14. Plus 2 for a 16.
Hey, Elliot.
Hey, can you remind me, because I've seen these things blow up before, right?
Yeah.
How much is it gonna hurt?
Are you about to find out, homie?
You about to
Not
find out, my dude.
Get ready for some weekend math.
Here's the thing: I can choose to re-roll this as being a fighter, and I've had this happen to me before. I'm asking as the player. I can't remember.
It's gonna be you'll probably be okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it then. 7.
You be
Okay.
alright.
Yeah, so if you saved, you'll take 3 lightning damage. Elliot, you'll take 6.
Yes.
All right, is that your turn? Is that all you're doing, my dude? You out? You actioned out? You tuckered out?
Never, but he will 5-foot step. No, do this. Still
Okay.
Pathfinder mode, but yeah.
All right, it's Orange's turn, and he's gonna keep on fighting the good fight. Oh yeah, baby. Oh, sweet, sweet love of mine. Come on, guys. A 14, Nyx?
To hit?
Yeah.
No.
Damn it.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's just kind of scrabbling and weird. Bootstrap, as you kind of come around, it kind of stumbles on the ice, its paw getting caught and is unable to do anything. But now it's my girls. My queen of queens.
Let's go.
She is
Get
going
some.
to laugh.
Oh no.
Maniacally.
No, thank you.
Oh, maniac.
A maniacal laugh, which is the best
Can I hear what that
kind.
sounds like? I just want to be there. I
You need a
want to
clean read of it?
Yeah.
As she just disappears. And an explosion of lightning, which is very cool and something very cool that she can do. I'm going to need everybody who's right around her to please take a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Well, I got a 6.
I got a 6.
Hey!
Oh, I was hoping you'd say
I'm
that.
gonna use my advantage now.
I got a 22.
23.
8.
Okay.
Well, it was
so,
cool
Okay.
playing with you guys.
if
just kill
you
the
rolled
clone
lower than a 15, take 10 lightning damage.
That's awesome. Thank
Okay.
you.
If you rolled higher than that, take half. And she'll reappear in a shattering of lightning, and her like armor is shimmering in the ice, the reflection of the lightning like crackling. These refugees are hauling ass through this like gate that's intended for like one person, like to go down this hall, and Stu is getting very nervous. And she looks back behind her and goes, "Oh, I was hoping you'd show up. You've almost missed it. They think that they're winning." Nyx, it is your turn.
Cool. Dang it. I would like to use an action to disengage from Orange here
Okay.
and try and move like away from the pack over here. Can I move my token? Is that okay?
Yeah, do you not, is it not letting you? Is it being a
No,
real
I
pill
can't.
to you?
I just wanted to make sure that
yes,
that was okay
yes,
in combat.
yes.
Okay.
Like,
Cool.
just to be on the board, I rolled another con save to see if I maintained my spell, and I do.
Awesome, you're the best.
Oh shit. Hey, thanks for reminding me to do that too. I'm gonna do that real quick. 16. I think I'm okay. Yeah. Dope. Cool. I'm gonna move like over here-ish.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a chance on this because I did see her do some cool lightning shit,
Mm-hmm.
but I want to try it. So as a bonus action, I'm going to cast Lightning Arrow, which I will ping so you can see it. It's going to imbue my weapon with the ability to change the arrow into an actual lightning bolt.
That's fucking dope.
So as another action, because I forgot I have 2 actions, I would like to try and hit Waterman with my longbow.
Yeah, man.
Please hit.
Fuck.
16.
That
hits.
will hit. That will hit.
Cool. So regular damage is 11 piercing damage. And
From a
then
non-magical bow, correct?
it is a magical bow.
It is a magical bow. Oh, hell yeah, bro.
Yes.
Let's get it.
Yes.
Oh, so 11, okay.
So then on top of that, it's I think
dex
technically
save?
just a dex save of DC 14. See if she makes it or not.
Let's see. She's pretty good at this. Oh, 25.
Okay. So she still takes half of damage.
Okay.
14.
14.
I don't know why it says lightning damage 2. I don't understand what that means.
Yeah, I'm confused, but we're just going to roll with
Okay.
it.
No, I know what that is. So whenever it actually does, well, whether it hits or misses, anything within a 10-foot radius also has to make the dex save, and then that's what they're saving on.
Gotcha.
is for AoE lightning damage. Otherwise,
sick.
yeah, that's
So she
how
only
that
takes
works.
11 then.
Well, for lightning, yes. So total 22 damage.
22.
I'll take that.
All right. Is that the end of your turn?
I think so. Just narratively, Buck's just like kind of growling at these things.
Yep. That's fine. Stu is continuing to try and get these folks out, moving like them as fast as he can. And Waterman kind of shakes her head. Her raven's circling around, cawing loudly. And she brushes off some of the electricity from your arrow and turns back again, kind of over the, it kind of comes up in a way that you can't see. Goes, oh, that's a good dog. I'm so glad you're here. Oh, they're giving me just a hard time. Won't you be my hero? And over the edge comes a familiar person. To all of you, Nick, yourself included. He walks steadily, sturdily, his wide shoulders square, his face stoic, facial hair brought down in a nice point. He kind of takes his arms and cracks a little bit as he moves forward. And you recognize this individual as none other than the right-hand man to Staley, as Stockton. He moves up and kind of stands next to Waterman and doesn't say a word. His eyes are dark and he looks at you impassively. Nix, you recognize him. He's who you've been looking for. I will give you a free action in this moment.
Oh, God. Nyx is just going to... Oh, no. She's going to knock back her bow and point it directly at Stockton. And crying, just yell towards him. Where the fuck have you been?
Waterman will lean over and put a shoulder around the short dwarven man's shoulders and go, oh, do you see they missed you? So sad. Now do that fun trick you do. And before your eyes, the air around Stockton will kind of lift up and little crystals of ice will spin and dance around him as his hair and beard kind of like shift. And there will be a crack of black as seemingly he disappears for a moment. And in his place, with another flash of lightning, is an ancient black dragon.
Okay.
From behind you, you hear Stu yell weakly, "We've got to go!" Ryil, it's your turn.
Ugh. Okay. There's no way in fuck this works. If it does work, this is epic. But it's not going to. I need Waterman to make me a wisdom save.
Oh shit, okay. A wisdom save, you say?
Hmm?
Ooh.
How does a 22 sound to you?
Ah, okay, I knew that wasn't gonna work. Word. Is there any path of escape for us?
Yes. The refugees are escaping behind you, and Stu has his hands on the mirror ice, like holding it and looking at you. And as he sees you look back, he's like, I've got it, you've got to run.
I'm gonna stand in front of him. And I am going to tell Bird, quickly now, you have to go. And that's gonna give her advantage on her next roll.
Bird, you are up.
Blue is grappled, correct?
Yes.
I am going to reach out and touch red
Okay.
and teleport him 30 feet up in the air.
Okay.
And then I'm going to look at Elliot and say, run. And I will run, no longer provoking any opportunity attacks.
You're right. What is it, a D, what, for how many, 10 feet?
6,
It's
10?
a
It's a
D6 for
D6?
every
That's
10
what I
feet.
thought.
For
That's
every
what I
10
thought.
feet. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Ooh, big damage. Okay. He takes 12 bludgeoning damage as he plummets back to the ground, yelping
Meanwhile,
in pain.
I'm gonna start moving towards, and I can no longer. Oh, I'm, I'm on measure. There we go. My snake is still holding Blue, and I'm gonna stand right by the entrance, like just barely inside the entrance of the tunnel, still able to see everyone.
Yeah, it's like there's the box.
Ah, thank God, there we go.
All right, Elliot, it's now your turn.
Elliot wants to try something. Elliot wants to try something.
Elliot, try something, please. Why don't you? We wait in suspense.
First of all, I can't remember. Do we see the black dragon attack anything or attack at all?
You've
Or just
never
fly?
seen it attack. You saw wreckage at the wall at Hawk and Keith, but you have never actually seen it with its full destruction.
So Elliot will look back at Bird, who said run, and look at Ryil stepping in front to protect one of our allies. Look at Bootstrap, and I will not do this unless I get confirmation that you'll allow it.
Okay.
I would like to burn all 4 of my need points to do one thing. I would like to step forward towards the dragon, summon my sword, spinning twice, and it disappears like halfway through the circle each time, and then just stand there, facing off against the dragon, and cast Cause Fear 4 times.
Drop it in for me in the chat, please.
It's a low DC, but I'd like to burn all 4 to protect everybody and give them time to escape.
It's a wisdom save.
Mm-hmm.
I will let you burn all 4. However, because of the expense this would take, I will require a level of exhaustion.
Yep.
And I will need a Constitution saving throw.
11.
You kind of stand in front of this dragon and you wave and you call out to your gift, trying to inspire fear. Let me go ahead and roll these really quick. Let's see, how many is that? And need one more. Where is it? Oh, that's the wrong one. Wrong one. There we go. Oh, I've been rolling wrong ones. Time out. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yes? Okay. He rolled a 27, a 25. He crit for a 29 and a 14. Elliot, your gift responds, and as you intended, you do cast fear. However,
And here I thought you didn't want to embrace me. I'm glad to see you're open to it.
and you feel the crystal on your arm, like you've been kind of leaving it. You feel it just jump like hard, and there's a pain in your arm as that crystal just spreads, darting up your arm further than it's been before. And you, like, your hand, like, you can't hold it open. Like, it's affecting the muscles in your arm. Is there anything else you want to try and do?
I mean, technically, I'm right-handed. I would drop the weapon. No. I want everybody to get out.
Okay. Here we go. Let's roll. Let's see if this guy can get out of snack grapple. That is the wrong stat block. Don't want that. Don't want that. Oh my god. I just want to look at my guys. Just let me look at my guys, please. Okay. 17. Does that beat the grapple of the snake? Okay, so it's gonna try and get out and pursue, running at Ryil. But I don't think it's able to do anything. Next up is Red, who is defo gonna attack Elliot as he stands there. That is not what I wanted. What is happening? There it is, there it is, there it is. Okay. Yes, 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 yes. And then we're going to do this and this. Neither of them are going to hit, Elliot. Good news. That guy is gone. Bootstrap, it's your turn.
Okay. That dragon looks poised to do some shit, yeah?
Yep. Waterman is kind of leaning casually on its wing. And you can't see any of her facial features. She has a mask. But just, like, think very Deadpool. Like, that the comfort of her body language is just oozing, like, fuck you, like, get wrecked noob vibes.
Right,
Does
and
she
right.
look hurt at all?
She doesn't seem that badly injured.
And Elliot's oozing that I'm gonna try and martyr myself on this cinematic spike vibe.
And Stu, who is seeing this, will scream, "We can't lose any of you!"
Yeah. With permission from the player, Bootstrap is going to step over and throw a big meaty arm around Elliot's waist and just hoist. Yeah? Yeah, fight? Any fight? You got a gimp arm, I don't.
Yeah, I'd say with the gimp arm, no, probably not.
Yeah, and he's gonna just measure out my distance here. Yeah, he's gonna get Elliot into the passageway, putting him right there. And he'll eat those opportunity attacks if he has to.
Yeah. Let me see. All right, 22 to hit,
Yes.
a 15 to hit,
No.
and then a crit for a 24.
That one doesn't hit because I don't want it to.
That's fair. So you're gonna take 17 piercing damage total, and I will need a Constitution saving throw, please.
My GM keeps
Okay.
turning my friends into mange.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
What's your roll, dude?
I don't want to tell you.
Please do though.
It's a natural one.
Oh, keep down with the sickness.
Oh, would you look at that?
Hi, good boys.
And same exact thing. As one reaches out and bites down, you'll feel that energy kind of wrap into your arm, and it will just be massive crystals like exploding out as you're trying to struggle and carry, and your like, we'll say right shoulder is like actively like encasing in crystal as you run and like move towards it, trying to like drag Elliot, but you're losing feeling in your arms. You are not going to be able to like get him like through necessarily.
Yeah, he's gonna drop him right there at the door.
Ryil, come on. You two next.
Oh Christ! He's gonna quickly sheath his long sword and switch the and just hold out the short sword in front.
Everyone through here.
This mange is actually going to step back, almost like as it looks over its shoulder and sees Stockton kind of coiling his neck and his wings kind of raising up, and Waterman just, again, like clapping as he kind of like stretches his wings out. This mange is going to get freaked out and is going to bail. As far as he can fight, like right there.
If you're looking at Ryil, you see him like looking at the dragon and limbering up like he's planning something real stupid.
Oi, Greyface. Look at me.
Go, I got it.
No, you
Ryil,
fucking
it's not
don't.
worth it.
I will skin you alive.
Waterman is actually just going to stand there, taking her sword and stabbing it into the ice, and kind of jauntily rest her elbow on the blade and look at you. Oh, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Me.
5 of you. Oh, that's going to hurt. Nyx. It is your turn.
Okay. At this point, Nyx has retrieved the arrow from her bow, has put it away, and is just staring directly at this dragon. So many tears streaming down her face, a lot of confusion. And she's like looking towards the group and looking towards this person that she's been looking for. And you'll see her kind of take a step towards the dragon and then just kind of shake it off. Then she'll just run towards the door, summoning Buck to come along with her.
Stu is going to shift over to the door and look at you, Ryil, and say, I'm holding it, but you need to move through. If you die, we all die.
I need information.
Oof.
Fuck you, Greyface. Get through the door.
In a second.
I need. What's he gonna do? Yeah, he's going to. Oof, this is gonna hurt. Has everybody like moved down the tunnel? Like you're actively moving, and it's only Ryil that's not.
Oh, I have. Is it my turn yet?
It's the dragon's turn.
I think
Also, it's Nyx and then the dragon. Okay.
Bootstrap
Hey.
and I are at the entrance, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, to grab and move and get gimped. We're basically right there at the entrance.
Roll low.
I need you all to make. Let's see. Let me read. Yes, you all need to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh, wisdom. Okay, there we go.
Nick's got a 17.
15.
Definitely re-rolling that one.
20.
Definitely re-rolling that one.
17.
Everyone who rolled lower than a DC of 21. You are frightened, terrified even, as Stockton raises up on its hind legs and it fully extends its wings. Black crystal shards kind of shaking out, and it like raises up. And you can see like in its throat, you see like bright blue light kind of emanating up like from its throat. As if it's like getting prepared to like fire at you, and you're terrified. It will land down hard on its feet and move forward, intending to attack. Let's see, he can defo make it, but let me just measure it really quick. Yep, right here. Right up on you, Ryil. Let's see.
Oh, that's perfect, actually.
All right. 19 to hit.
Me?
Yep.
I cast shield. It misses.
A 19 to hit. So it misses again.
Mm-hmm.
What's your AC right now?
20. Oh no, it's 21.
Okay. One will hit. So it tries to bite at you and isn't able to land. But it does come across with a claw once and then twice. And the second one hits you hard. You're going to take 18 slashing damage.
Okay, cool.
As it just powers through you. Let's see. And I believe that's going to be its turn. Stu is freaking out as he like screams out in panic. Just screaming, run, run, for the love of gods and all creation, run.
I am going to cast Detect Thoughts on the dragon.
Oh my god.
You have broken the DM.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Yes. Yes. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, what do I gotta do? I'm so happy right now.
First off, I get its surface thoughts for free. But I am definitely going to dig deeper. So it has to make a wisdom 16 saving throw.
I love this.
Or else I get to look and see whatever I want. Here, I'll put it in the
Yeah. I'm familiar. Surface thoughts. Oh,
this is what he was holding off for.
yeah. You will get on the surface rage. You will get this like twisted like make them pay. Like there's a just almost like a joy like in harming you, like wanting to make it hurt, make it slow, like just like there's like this just excitement about it. Are you probing further?
Yep.
Okay, what do I roll?
Wisdom save DC 16.
As you probe deeper, you feel a resistance, and the eyes of the dragon snap to you, and it bares its teeth and purposely chooses to not resist. You
I'm
go a
going
level
in.
deeper. And the dragon's form kind of like stops, and you hear Waterman behind it kind of like and turn and look, and it seems to be a little bit confused. See, what's the next layer? It's just more.
I get to look into more specific things. Like, for example, you said that right now what he's feeling is a rage. I want to know what caused him to feel this rage. Is this he was naturally pissed at us, or is somebody making him pissed at us? And also, I want to know his name.
You go a level deeper, and that rage kind of like shifts, and it's like almost like you enter a different mind completely. Like there's just black, deep darkness, and as you kind of like try to like dive deeper, there's like that resistance of the darkness that threatens to kind of like swallow you up and push you out, but then there's like a pinhole of light that you're able to just like magic into, and you hear, "I am Valdry. Don't let her die." And you see images of a young Nyx as a child.
I'm just going to tell him, I understand, I'll protect her. And then I'm going to use my bonus action to disengage, and I'm running and I'm tackling Nyx into the portal.
Okay. You are the last to cross besides Stu, who's been holding his turn. And he will incant with a hand on the wall, magic exploding from his fingers as he tries to kind of duck in behind. He casts Shatter on the ice cliffs, and it spirals up along the walls, and for a second there's like a hesitation, like nothing happens, and then it does that like, and inside the tunnel it's like deafening as you just hear air compressing, like, and snow and ice begin to fall down, and Stu looks at you, his face white with fear. "We've got to go now," and is ushering you down this long hall as a landslide takes over the mirrored cliffs and blocks off the light as you retreat down and far away. Oh, by the way, let me just show this really quick. That's Stockton.
Holy shit! Whoa.
You guys run, and you can feel the like ice, and like you're afraid that like it's going to just completely give way as you're sprinting. Let me go ahead and get a couple dex saves, or a round of dex saves from you guys as you're running down this, and it's actively like cracking from the weight of thousands of pounds of snow and ice like shifting around you.
I got an 18, but I'm also gonna use my reaction, arcane deflection to get an additional +4 to it.
Okay.
So 22.
All right. If you rolled lower than a 13, take 10 bludgeoning damage as you kind of like slam into the walls as the ice kind of shifts around. Half as much if you rolled higher than the 13. As you just haul ass down this tunnel.
And nothing if you have evasion?
Yeah. I mean, if you half to half or whatever, go for it. Freaking rogues. Let's see. You clear the end of this hall, and burst out where there's a camp of huddled people who seem terrified, eyes wide and with danger. You're in a massive icy cavern that's probably like 60 feet wide and long, with multiple hallways leading out into several different directions. You can hear like the crack and breaking of more snow and more ice behind you. But for now, no one is getting through the way that you just came. You kind of come to halt and gather together. And you've made it into the mirror in the sky.
What is love? Once there's like a moment of calm, or just at least a little relative peace, Ryil is going to communicate to Nyx. That was him, but that's not him. I took a second to peer inside his mind, and it's covered in darkness except for one spot. And that spot was the bit that needs to make sure that you make it out. And that's what he told me to do. So, good news is that once we break their hold on him, we will have quite the ally on our side. But until we get him on our side, we've got a lot of work to do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Fleetwood would approach you all and say, "It was uncertain which way we should go, but they are terrified and tired. We've been fighting in the hills for a long time. Would it be possible for us to rest? I don't see anything, man nor beast nor god, reaching us at least that way now."
Yeah, we can rest.
Take
I think some of us
watch
need it.
and have Stuart put the children in the hut.
Yeah, I'll take a watch too.
Yeah, you see now that the adrenaline's out of his system, he just fucking collapses.
Seeing the bravery in Ryil, that he stood up to the dragon, like Elliot tried to do, but failed. Elliot will catch you and lift you back up and look in your eyes with this sense of like deep respect and say thank you. That is the narrative reason for me mechanically using my rally on you to give you
Nice.
2 points of health back. I'm weak.
We all tired. Don't worry. 17's better to be at than 15.
I mean, everyone will get 8 healing from my mass cure wounds, and I'll set down but if we're resting, but obviously I'd be setting down all of my balm of the summer court and everything like that, going around and healing. We were only one turn away from me, you guys.
Hey, Bootstrap.
Hey, what's that?
Okay, first of all, don't ever touch me again. Second of all, thank you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you got a fucking problem with me saving your life?
No, I literally just said second of all, thank you. Third of all, did you hear it? Did it talk to you again?
Of course it fucking talked to me, try to get me to not be fucking angry. No one tells me to not be fucking angry. I can't move my fucking shoulder.
Listen, I did that because I needed to know what would happen if I did it. And now I know. And thank you for saving me from being a fucking idiot.
Yeah, well, think about that next time. No one's allowed to die. Otherwise, we're all fucked.
Nope, just you, according to your contract.
According to the fucking stew man over here.
Well, I don't know what voices you all have talking to you, but the one talking to me, it's been helping me out a bit.
Good for you.
Maybe lean into it.
No, this one's an asshole. Yeah, that's what I thought.
You guys
You
set
just-
camp for the night, gathering around the tribe of hill folk, kind of setting up their camp. There seems to be concern with many different tunnels leading out of this cavern, and they grow apprehensive, not knowing what the right way to go is. You're able to set up watches throughout the night, but I need everyone but Nick to please take off their headphones.
Bah!
Hi, Nick. Hi. During your watch, Buck will shake. He gets up and moves over to one of the entrances leading out. And he'll turn and look at you with quiet eyes. Nix, we better be going.
Is it our time to leave?
Yes, we have something important we need to do.
I see.
That small one there. And he'll gesture with his nose. She'll get them where they need to go. But there's one that we need to find. Only we can find him.
Okay.
Pack your things. We must hurry. The rhythm is speeding up. There isn't time for error.
Okay.
Do you have any questions, Nick?
No, Sylvanas. I'm ready.
We seek Millil's poet. We'll find him soon.
Okay.
And Buck will lead you down and away through a tunnel, disappearing deeper into the mountains. Your final destination unknown, but you feel confident, guided by the hand of Sylvanas, that you'll reach your destination. Do, 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 do,
Now we're
do,
here.
do, do,
Hello.
do, do, do. Let's see.
And it turned out Nyx was the bad guy all along.
When you awake the next morning and gather up your things to kind of try and figure out what's going to happen next, Nyx is gone. Nowhere to be seen. Stuart is distraught, uncertain and afraid that he has lost the one chosen that he was actually assigned to keep track of is now gone. And you have to figure out what to do next in this strange place in the mirror in the sky on the way to ascend the mountains to find Denver. A black cart shambles down a muddy, uneven road, flanked by dark riders with dark purpose. They head north, not speaking, their eyes burning and hollow. The cart hits a particularly deep pothole, and there's a dull thud from its interior, followed by a string of curses. You know, I'll be no use to you if you shake the fucking weave from us now, you clueless, foot-licking dolts! The driver of the cart snarls, and the man beside him grimaces at the insult. Frank Saris rolls over onto his side, his patience wearing thin. His hands and feet are manacled, chained to the oily timbers of the cart. He shuffles and squirms, eventually able to shift himself upright enough to peer out the small window in the back, daylight splashing across his dirty face. His expression softens, and his eyes close, taking in the small comfort. The cart jolts forward, sending him tumbling back into the wall, cracking his head hard, and he hisses a breath and calls out, "You know, if laughter's the best medicine, then your sagging excuses for faces could cure the world." There's movement on the other side of the cart, and Frank turns in surprise, holding his breath as the huddled lump wheezes out a soft laugh. "Ah, here I thought you'd given up." Frank rests his head on the side of the cart and sighs. The air around him gathers closer, buzzing, and he frowns in irritation. He slips a finger down into the left shoe and pulls something glittering from it, a silver locket emblazoned with an eye. He stares at it, and without realizing, he begins to sing, low and steady. He sings of sailing through changing ocean tides. He sings of time passing, of getting older, bolder. He slips his finger into the rim of the locket, opening it to reveal a small painting of a mountainside. His expression softens as he recalls somewhere safe, somewhere sacred. He continues to sing of mirrors in the sky, questioning if the child within his heart can rise above. His voice swells, hitting the climax of his song, reflections in snow-covered hills, and he falters. Staring at the locket, his jaw dropped in disbelief, his eyes lock onto bright blue ones, returning a gaze with a glimmer of mischief and a wink. Two small hands flap at him, waving him on. "For the weave's sake, Frank, keep singing, or they'll get suspicious." Frank blinks, then grins, as tears fall from his eyes and slip freely down his filthy face. Will the landslide bring it down? Thank you all for joining us for this month's session of the Bard's Refrain. Tonight's session was inspired by Fleetwood Mac's 1975 hit, Landslide. It's been my pleasure to DM this evening, and I have to give a huge thanks to my cast, particularly our featured guest of the evening. Players, please tell the people where they can find you, what you've got going on, and any thoughts you might have.
Okay. Hi, I am Turk. I was playing Bootstrap. You can find me at Turk Accented on Twitch and Twitter. Yeah, Bootstrap needs to get rid of this mage now. It was kind of a benign problem before. I was just like, I don't fucking cast magic, but now I would like it removed, please. I would also like my dice to roll well. I have a plus freaking 8 to con saves. Anyway, if you want to know more of the things I do, it's a whole bunch of TBK stuff, so that's good. Hey, tomorrow, bright and early, we'll have Swift and Vicious, a Fast and Furious inspired one-shot, DM'd, of course, by Sarah up there, so I'll let her dive into that more. But that tomorrow evening, or I guess if you're on the East Coast, or Mountain Standard Time and Pacific Standard Time, today in the evening, Toll Party Recap will be breaking down anything and everything amazing with TBK, with myself, Sir Heck, who's in chat, and Cole Robbie, who is undoubtedly in bed. And we'll be answering all your questions, all the amazing things that happened, and just having a really good time. Beyond that, I will be in Harper's on Tuesday, and then, gosh, I just get a break until the May 2nd, where I will be over on Neon Lights Roleplay for our Only War campaign, In His Divine Name. It's super fun. Go check it out. Really fun. And I could just say all my things are great. Thank you so much, Sarah, for DMing. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Ash, for joining us as a guest star. I'm going to throw it over to our next player, Saint.
You're muted, my dude.
Sorry, I would watch the TikTok while I was away from the thing. Hi, I'm DMF Saint. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at DMF Saint. I also run things over at Nat20, which is another tabletop role-playing show, where I will be live tomorrow night with Morningstar and Company Incorporated Season 2, post Curse of Strahd, post Abyss, currently in Faerun, and in a very important room with a very important man. So tomorrow is a fun episode if you are following along with that campaign. Also coming up here on TPK Roleplay in mid-May is going to be the second season of Roundhouse, a Monster of the Week campaign run concurrently on both Nat20 and TPK Roleplay. Nat20's Roundhouse Season 2 is Roundhouse Alpha, and TPK's is Roundhouse Omega. So please look out for that. Thank you, Ash, for joining us. So much fun. And thank you, Sarah, for a wonderful episode. Appreciate it, and appreciate all of you so much. Next to my left on the screen, right on the screen, is Ryil.
Yo, that's me. I'm Noir, playing Ryil. Tomorrow, or today, being Sunday, you can catch me over on Ulysses International, where I'll be playing Torg Eternity at 8 a.m. Pacific with Happy Capster, Grant Ellis, and me and the GM Rudy Beso. And then after that, you can find me on the same channel at 1 p.m. Pacific, again with Grant Ellis, Emma from Leb DM, and Rudy Beso one more time. This time we'll be playing The Dark Eye, which is the hot TTRPG that's like taken over in Germany. And then finally, you can catch me on Open for Adventure at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. On Sunday night. So that's 3 games back to back to back. It should be fun. I should be tired. And also, Morning Ritual is coming back this season. We've got some more outstanding guests. We've got Markia McCarty, Kaylee Bray, Katosaurus from TikTok. It's just going to be a blast. Momo O'Brien. So please check us out. We'll have a great time.
Bird, it's
me.
you.
It's me.
Also, last thing. This was so much fun, Ash. You can't. This can't be a one-time thing only. You have to come back.
Hi, I am Luke Locke, and I was playing Bird tonight. And you can find me on TPK Roleplay now until through Tuesday. I'm gonna be back for Fast and the Furious tomorrow and TPR, and then for Altered Carbon Monday, and then Harper's Tuesday. I'm just here. I live here now all the time. I never leave. I have a lot of feels about tonight, but it's also, late, so I'll just pass it over to, I don't know, to Nyx.
Yes,
We're going back
for our
up and-
very special guest, the Ashen Rabbit, the one, the only.
Hey, that's me. Hi, I'm Ash. I go by Ashen Rabbit. That's the name that you can find me on Twitch and Twitter and stuff. Today I played Nyx, the Tiefling Ranger, and it was an absolute freaking blast. It was so much fun. Oh god. Well, hey, now I have a costume, so if you ever need Nyx again, let me know.
Oh, we're gonna need her. She's chosen.
Oh, hey, that's true. Ooh. As far as where else you can find me, I will be here tomorrow morning for the Swift and Vicious one shot. That is very hard to say when you're sleepy.
Yes.
I will also be over on Nat20 tomorrow evening for more Morningstar and Company Incorporated, where I play Hope the Verbal Glaive Cleric, and just there's a lot going on over there. Yeah, whole other bunch of stuff over on Nat20. I DM a campaign on every other Wednesday called Beyond the Tides that Saint and Sarah are in, as well as a few other people. And just a bunch of other things if you want to find out more about that. Just follow me on Twitter or whatever. Anyway, I'm going to pass it over to Sarah.
Hi, that's me. I'm Osarix Franco, the Dungeon Master of the Bard's Refrain. Our next session is scheduled for May 22nd, so come and check us out. Let's see if they can get through the mirror in the sky to actually reach their destination. You can check out the TPK schedule for more details around that show and many others. You can find me again Twitch and Twitter at OsarixFranco. I'm in a variety of TPK shows, such as tomorrow I'm running a modified Honey Heist Fast and Furious themed one shot. It's gonna be sick. You can also find me over at Nat20 in Morningstar and Company, Beyond the Tides. I'm in the Age of Aquarius, Harper's, Roundhouse. I have a monthly show, Murder and Coffee, where I talk about GMing and why it's fun and why I love it, and I just want to talk about that forever. You can also just find me doing whatever I want because I'm my own person. Thank you, chat, for coming out and supporting. Thank you, players, for being incredible. Thank you, Ash, for coming in and guest starring for this episode. You're all beautiful. You're all wonderful, and I think you're great. And don't worry, guys. Azuth is just fine.